Quality, not quantity. Starting the game now? Or starting the server now? I've been really procrastinating on working on strategy game, but I did come up with some more good ideas. I usually come up with good ideas like in the shower, and then I like write them down on. And when I say write them down, I mean I type them up. Because fucking it's the 21st century, baby.
Just imagine you like you're in the shower. It's like I have a good idea. The shower is getting fresh. It's like perfect.
Nah, I have like a watertight keyboard that is just like it's like with an extension cable all the way into the shower, you know. God. Yeah, it's I also played a little bit more Victoria 2 and oh yeah, I played this might be gaming news that you're sort of interested in. I played Song of Sticks, right? Or SYX. It's okay, it's not worth $20 is the main thing. And don't go on a Reddit saying that, because fucking people will just be like, you're literally the most retarded person I've ever met. And I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, I guess me saying that, you know, you should just like fucking, because I'm like, you know, if they just put the price down to like $10, you know, I guarantee you they'd get a whole bunch more sales. And just saying something like that is just like, this guy is like a developer and he's doing it by himself, and we should be grateful that he's doing it. I'm like, this is not how marketing works. Yeah, it's, you know, you're gonna make more money if you just have it like be worth 10. It's like I just don't understand these fucking indie developers. These fucking indie developers charging $20 for their game. Like, it's so stupid. Yeah, like AAA games, because they don't have to do, or they do invest money in marketing, but they also like they deal with different orders of magnitude, right? Because if you're an indie game, the only way you get marketing is if people review it, let's play it, you know, word of mouth. And the only way you get word of mouth is either by giving away copies for free, and then have Quill lie about the quality, you know, stuff like that, or you like sell it like cheaply. And you know, the selling it cheaply just makes a lot more sense. Also means you're subject to much less criticism, because I guarantee you a game that's like that sells for like $5 is gonna just get a lot more positive reviews, which is just gonna lead to even more sales, because people are gonna be less critical of it.
If it brought it cost $10, I'd be like, wow, they put a lot of effort into this game.
Exactly.
That's great. I wish it was cost more so they could do more stuff.
Yeah, but you know, it's all these, you know, that's also why it's like so stupid that indie developers are doing it. Because for big developers, I can understand that they can't, like, they have like so many like expenses, right? So they have to like justify it extremely to put out a game cheaper. I still think it makes more sense to put it out cheaper, but I can understand why they don't do it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But for indie developers who effectively set their own prices and have like nobody else to pay except for themselves, like the fact that they fucking charge like above 20 is like stupid. But hey, once I yeah, but hey, once I fucking actually stop procrastinating, and I fucking start selling my strategy games or whatever, I'll fucking put them up for $40 now. I'll put them up very cheap. Another one of those things that I need to do is like I have to make some money disappear because I have too much of it. So.
I have a full bank account that I just need to like get rid of.
Yeah, and I'm like, you know, obviously I'm not gonna do. I'm not allowed to do investing, and also I don't have enough. Like I used to have enough capital to do it. Now I really realistically don't, and it also takes up too much of my time to like it's one of those things that was very worth doing in that brief period that I did it, where I was actually making a lot of money from it. If you know what I mean.
Yeah,
And,
the market was very volatile. And
yeah, exactly.
people with money, new, fresh money to like make money.
Yeah, it was one of those fairly unique situations, and it was still like, you know, possible to sustain, but it's you know, it's one of those occupations that doesn't develop any other skills that are transferable. It's like you know, speculative investing doesn't really generate any transferable skills. So and that's always something that I'm like really like when evaluating what I do during the day. I'm always like, is this building up some sort of like skill? Obviously, you know, I'm incredibly fucking lazy, but if I'm actually gonna do something, then I'd rather do something that actually can lead to some benefit at some point, rather than just like play clicker or something.
Yeah, I definitely feel that about like stuff like everything I'm doing right now. Like my masters is even like that, where it's like I'm just not gonna use the skills I'm attaining through this for anything else, and that is very demotivating.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like honestly, you know, you're in a position that I would have never like I would never be able to succeed. I'd just like find a way to like I'd literally have to like find a way to either manipulate, or I'd have to just super half-ass it, like just super like just be like, all right, I'm just like chaining myself to like a computer for a day, and I'm finishing this. Doesn't matter how retarded it is, I'm doing it.
I've been doing that a little bit of that the past few days, so I'm quite done. I'm quite ready to be like do something else for a bit.
Well, at least it's gonna be nice once it's actually finished. You don't have to like worry about it anymore.
Things that are like, I'm just gonna like stop doing this for a bit done with the masters. Like it's just so many things. So let's proceed on our mission to conquer
Mountain.
the mountain.
Yeah. The Jesus Christ, that mountain is Did we end up making those frost resistant thingies, or?
Let me see. We should make them yet. I need to get a little bit of thistle, so I'll just run into our local black forest.
Okay. I mean, you might actually have a better time going through the. I'll actually go through the elder. I'll look at the. I'll get thistle through the elder thing, because I feel like thistle is just something that we always need.
Yeah, the elder one has quite a lot.
Yeah, because the elder thing is just right in the middle of a fairly big black forest.
Yeah, if we make more, we can get some sausages. That's probably the main advantage.
Yeah, and we might need like a second fermenter, because I really think that like I used to be like, oh well, frost potions, but no, we probably actually need it, like, because we're sort of like capped on how powerful we can make our characters, so we need the potions, you know.
Yeah.
I went and like collected my. It felt really like stupid, because I just like went to the I placed like because in the Netherlands right now you can do this thing where you for stores that are like not essential, you can like order ahead and then just come and collect stuff. So it's like delivery but less convenient.
Yeah.
So I felt pretty stupid like doing that, because I was like, I probably could have just like, rather than me having to go out in the afternoon to like fucking could have just fucking had this delivered to me. But hey.
I ordered something to my door for the first time in I don't know how long, basically. And I ordered it on Sunday, so you know it's coming today sometime. I haven't heard any like thing from the thing. The tracking site said it's been loaded up into a car at 7 a.m.
he's just lost. He has no idea. Yeah, jeez, that's never. Yeah, I like it when there's like pretty much everything is tracking in the Netherlands because that does ensure that it does actually like get to you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty pleased with that.
And I think the companies too are like very reliant on it because they need to like for reliability's sake being like, well, no, our drive's completely tracked. You can see it right here.
Yeah, yeah, it solves so many problems.
So like, how did people do this before tracking? Like did they just trust each other?
No, the answer is much less efficient ways. Oh yeah, it's season 4 by the way, where Family Guy makes this dramatic shift from being like heartwarming to like being just like incredibly like cold, I suppose, or like incredibly just like cruel, relying on like cruel humor a lot.
Right.
Because literally at the start of season 4, because season
They
3
canceled, yeah.
have they?
Yeah, they were cancelled at the end of season 3, and then they come back in season 4, and then he reads off all the shows that they room for in the schedule, and like all those shows he lists up would eventually be cancelled.
Right. Because yeah, like I mean, I guess clearly it worked for them then because the fact that they got canceled at season 3 I find quite interesting because I personally thought that they were pretty decent. They were like actually better in my opinion in like the earlier seasons because they were more balanced. It was more like something that you could. It was like a show that you could watch with like the whole family, so to speak, rather than just like this absolutely like retarded show that relies on like shock humor a whole bunch. Because like in the beginning of season 4, they immediately make they try to establish Meg as like a super hated character. Like they like really like ham-fistedly do it, you know. And yeah, just change sort of the dynamics a lot and. It's also the season where they start doing like the serial puking or whatever. So
I don't know, it's supposed to read alive at the start of season 4, or is he die in season 3? I'm pretty sure he died in
I
season 3.
he might die in season 3. I think so. Either that or he dies in like it's either he dies in season 3 or season 4, but he dies quite late. Yeah, and also it's like they Peter and Lois go from like sort of somewhat having a semi-believable relationship where like they like each other and they do nice things for each other to like just absolutely being antagonistic towards each other.
Yeah.
Search for the rarest of materials. What would that be? Thistle. Right.
Yeah, I got this all that I need for now, so I'm just gonna make the frost resistance to blood patterns.
At least, fortunately, thistle like it sort of like grows in like bunches, I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's very nice. It's fermenting now.
Is that it? Yeah, I'm just collecting some more thistle. Yeah, this game's progression is definitely good. Like, I think it has the most, like, it's a little bit like the fact that they stopped giving hints is a bit like, ooh. I mean, like, you literally, like, the last hint you get is go to the swamp, and then it's just like, you're on your own, kid. We've, we, we've got your money, and you're way past the hours that allow refunding.
You know how to just Google the rest.
Yeah. It's,
We'll never tell you what's valuable to you, by the way.
yeah. Yeah, but I think progression in this game is good. Like, cause I can't remember the last time I've like 7 Days to Die has progression, but it's like a little bit different. Um, but yeah, like the only other game that is like a sort of like crafting survival type game like this that has like even remotely decent progression that I know of is 7 Days to Die.
Yeah, and even in that, you can sort of like skip things a bit.
Yeah.
If you like find, if you know where to like, oh, let's go to this gun store, pack down, like knock down the wall, what's it called, like wood frame my way to the end, and then like.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you know what to look for. Which, in fairness, that's like pretty good because you kind of like after a while you don't have to like necessarily do the fairly tedious things of like scouring through like supermarkets to look for shit. You just know that like guns are at the gun store, and tools are at the tool shop. You don't have to like fucking go crazy about it.
Yeah, and you just run, being like, okay, there's a tool store, alright, I'm just gonna pop in there.
Yeah, like this game does like a better job of like gating progression in like a fairly natural way. It's like not too insane the way it does it because it's like, okay, you find these biomes, but then they give you all these tools that allow you to travel fairly quickly. So yeah, I quite like it.
Yeah, portals in this game is, like, in hindsight, a great thing when you consider the map.
Yeah, no, it's like the only way you can like even make because I think Ark also has portals, but they have it like super fucking late. And I think Ark is like a little bit of thematically like a pretty fucked game because it's like mixing sci-fi and dinosaurs and like you go from like Stone Age all the way to like fucking future tech in that game,
Yeah.
and it becomes a little bit of like a mess. And yeah, with this, I quite like the way, and also the like the logic of like, okay, you can't, because in Ark I don't think that's the case. I think in Ark you can just like do whatever. Like you have like vehicles that can lift things, but in this game it's like, okay, so you can teleport with pretty much everything except for these like important progression materials that you need.
If you really need the progression things, you can always just teleport in the stuff you need to melt them. Although I don't know what the stuff you need for the
Well,
like the ones that is covered in the planes.
yeah, no idea. But yeah, no, you can definitely you can put in like the stuff to process the thing, so you can always process on location, which is also quite nice. I've managed to collect 17 thistle. Yeah, the main unfortunate thing is like the fact that you can't like teleport the masonry bench is like a bit unfortunate. or like the stuff needed for the masonry bench, because that is like that is one of those things that you'd sort of like honestly it sort of dissuades building stone structures like super hard.
Yeah, that is one of the things I find actually quite weird. Is like that limitation.
Speaking of stone structures, I actually found a stone tower that isn't even damaged. Or like, well, its stones are like degraded, but it's not missing any blocks. So that's the thing. Oh god. Try and not click it. This ladder is like not. My character's like too fast to go up the ladder somehow. Yeah, that was me worth scaling it for like the 13 gold coins or whatever that's in there. All right. Welcome back. Just gonna head back to the Elder Portal.
I'm currently a little mess trying to see if I can find some iron.
Oh yeah, but like that Styx game, I went off into a fucking tirade about how expensive that game is. But yeah, no, that Styx game's pretty interesting. It runs really well, which is good. You can have like thousands of population in it. It doesn't have a lot of features, unfortunately. It's kind of like a bit like it has a lot of potential, but it has like no as like a to be like a sort of Dwarf Fortress style competitor. Its like war system is pretty fucking good. Like it's the way you fight battles and stuff. But I don't know how far the like if you can actually invade somebody, because like I've gotten up to the point in that game where I can have like my city has 1,000 population, which isn't that much in that game, but it's like enough to be able to like field a decently sized army. But I don't know how to like actually invade other oh god, wolf.
No, Wraith. I got poisoned and then I jumped off a branch after the poison ran off.
Yes, sort of long story short, that game's pretty decent, but it's like way too expensive and is not really ready yet. Which like it has a demo, but unfortunately the demo is like built on like such an earlier version of the game that it doesn't actually give you like a proper feel of what the actual game is, which is another one of those like fucking gaming sins, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. That's unfortunate.
Because I'd like go on the Reddit and be like, oh, like this game is overpriced and the UI is fucking terrible, and then people mistake the word UI for graphics because they're retarded, and turns out it's just the demo version where the UI is fucking terrible. So, and in the actual game, it's like pretty decent. Oh, yeah, I'll put the thistle inside of the usual thistle chest. So we now have 24 thistle.
Christ, the bone mass is like invaded by so much.
What were you looking for in bone mass?
Iron.
Alright. With the way that like the cooking thing is, it's like I only wanted to cook like part of everything, but because of like how easily you just put like a new thing on the barbecue, I'm like, I guess I'm cooking everything now.
Oh yeah. I kind of just love seeing all these like random items floating around in the swamp because it means like it's not just I who like title these fucking dangerous thingies. It's also the enemies.
Oh yeah. Hey, actually, so could you make yourself visible to the thing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I should be. I'm near Pokemon.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'll just go join you there. Mainly because it's like, I really don't think I can progress on the mountain alone. So.
Oh, yeah, well, I could join you, man. I was.
Well, no, we shouldn't. We have to like wait for the thing. We have to wait for us to get enough frost potions. Because, like, if bone mass is fucking dangerous by herself, like, the mountain is fucking extra dangerous. And, I don't want it to get to the situation where we, like, much like with the beachhead over on the plains, we get overrun,
Yeah, this place is like definitely like less safe now than it used to be.
I see you're safing it up, though. I mean, we have this like little area nicely safeified, I guess.
You say that, but oh man. But we had I had some issues when I first came in here. Where it's like so many fucking.
Oh, there's also thistle in the swamp.
Yep.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to get some of that iron that's in the ground here without like getting a brain aneurysm. No, I didn't, because I'm currently in like just the safe area, so to speak.
Right. Apparently, when you're reading, you cannot equip items.
I found an iron deposit directly underneath a tree.
Nice.
Like, underneath one of those. I don't know if this one is still indestructible even to my iron tools, we'll see. Yeah, no, it is. Directly underneath an indestructible tree. Yeah, I think...
My thing is on, like, I don't see any...
Iron?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found some. It's just one of those things where you have to, like, super, like, safeify the area before you start mining in the thing, because otherwise it's, like, it's actually impossible. Or borderline impossible, you know? Because if you don't have at least, like, reasonable security that you don't get leached by something, then you cannot really go hunting for scrap. At least there's no crocodiles in the swamp, am I right? Oh my god. Ugh. Am I actually gonna die? I might actually get killed. Because I don't have the stamina to leave this pond. Okay, there we go. Am I dead? I might be dead. I'm dead. There's nothing you can do for me. Like, I'm poisoned. They just, like, randomly spawned. Even though I was, like, workbenched, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No.
Yeah, if we get poisoned now, that too.
I'm like, all right, I'll try mining for iron. You know, last time it was super fucking bad. Let's try it again. It is still super fucking bad. Like, it's so annoying.
Yeah, the swamp is really like, and then you have to be standing still in the swamp.
Well, yeah, and you're in like water. You know, you're like partially submerged in water. I see you made a lot of poison resistance potions, so I'm like taking half of them. Oh, okay, I'll just take all of them then. Because yeah, you're just like, oh yeah, you know, fucking, I'll just make sure that the area around me is pretty safe, and then just like the fucking blob spawns, you have no fucking stamina because you're in the water, you know. And I could only just sit there and fucking watch as the blob comes towards me. I can't leave the water because my guy can't like, you know, get out of like a foot of water. This is not the right place. Yeah, Jesus.
But were you next to the deposit? Were you burned just now?
Yeah, I was, but I think I don't know if I got all of it, but I thought so.
So 103.
Do you have it equipped?
Yeah.
Then I guess I got all of it.
Oh, I can still see some of it. That's what I'm getting concerned about.
Yeah, Christ. Coming back now. Yeah, we might need to just pacify the whole swamp, like, or at least like a huge area, because it doesn't take that much resources, and I think it would be worth it to try and get the iron out of this place.
I'm at workbench up.
I'm running towards the. Is the location that you're at clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Or well, the location that my corpse is at.
Well, you died next to the thing, so.
Yeah. Come towards it. Hopefully, the two things that I picked up probably will prevent me. Yeah, they did. Fucking game.
Like, I think I see your thing.
Yeah, please go and like. I'm just gonna go up into this thing to like not get wrecked immediately. Yeah, like the.
Guy.
There's no dudes, but I just like don't want to mess with my inventory without cover, if you know what I mean.
Alright, yeah, okay.
Because you just like you get like fucking poisoned, and the poison does 60 damage. You know, you're like, oh okay, then I guess I'll die.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, if I can pick up the poison resistance, I'll split it halfway. Here you go. Have 4. I'll have 3. Yeah, I had some iron. Yeah, like let's. I only got fucking 3 iron. It's like super not worth dying for, but you know. I need to like re-equip my wishbone. Can't wait to unlock the fucking umbrella tech, you know? Yeah, I'm busy like safe zoning certain areas.
Yeah, this game just loves giving you fucking shit to fill up your inventory. That is just sort of half useful most of the time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least like aside from valuables, most things have a use. Yeah, valuables, they're of no value whatsoever.
Definitely
Yeah, that we know of.
Remember the game is just like being like confidence and wanted to prove a point.
Yeah.
Or he's just like really petty, just whatever seal. like I'm gonna give you a ruby ring because this is what happens.
Yeah, ruby ring is far less useful than poison resist. Downside is like the blobs. They are like probably one of the worst enemies in like the swamp, and they don't really give anything worth the trouble that they are to kill.
Yeah. Invasion from the east here.
Which yeah, in that sticks game, you just like the sort of the trick to that game, or well, not really a trick, but like you kind of just want to fucking not even bother producing your own food for the most part, because food devaluates so rapidly in that game's economy that it's just much better to like, I had a whole town that was just set up on exporting iron ore, not even like smelting it down into anything, just exporting the ore itself, because the ore itself was so valuable relative to everything else.
Oh yeah, that's like bad game design.
And the price of ore just keeps increasing relative to like the cost of everything else, because everything else sort of like experiences like devaluation, but ore and ore dependent products do not, which makes a lot of sense because obviously they're like harder, they're a harder supply chain to sort of complete, and they're like more limited. But what that means in practice is that all you have to do is just set up your civilization near iron ore, which is something that I like, because I like had like a little settlement before, and then I actually streamed a whole bunch of like playing it for like the quote unquote the fourth time or whatever. And I was just like, well, I'll just like build right next to like an iron thing, and it'll just like generate a map that has a lot of iron in it. You can't really like choose those sort of settings, but you can just keep regenerating it until you get like a fair amount of iron. So I do that, and it's like so easy to just like import everything else and just export like have like a primary, and then like later get like a secondary export, and then just like import everything else. Like I quite like it like that because the imports do actually come from somewhere. They like there is a world map, and that world map is quite involved, and you can interact with it and all that shit. So you can actually watch the trade cards come to you and stuff, but it's like it's still sort of renders a lot of the agriculture part of the game pointless.
Is it a city builder or is it like?
It's a city builder. Like you can just watch some gameplay on my YouTube channel, and you can sort of see what it's all about. It's incomplete, unfortunately. It has a lot of cool ideas. Like you can tech in that game, and you require like scribes and like libraries in order to like maintain, not just like research tech, but also maintain the tech level that you're at, which I think is a really good mechanic. Not a lot of games think about it like that. You have like you get to appoint nobles at some point, and it's just a very like efficiently made game. Like it runs really well, and it just has a lot of good things going for it. major downside is the fact that the economy is a little bit easy to exploit.
Yeah.
But it's not really an exploit either, because it's not like it trivializes the whole game. It just means that you like propel yourself forward much more quickly. Because you do sort of want that element of like, well, I'm like exploiting like a rare resource, so I should kind of like in Dwarf Fortress, if you like if you
Gold.
if you get gold, or if you get like, well, not really mithril, because mithril is a bit harder to get, but like if you get gold, or if you get like lots of iron, you can like effectively just focus on producing like iron pots or whatever, and then just like that's just your whole economy. Like you never like do you have to like fucking do any food or whatever. You just like sell fucking stone or iron knickknacks,
Yeah, you just like kind of like comes in, you're just like, alright, here's my daily quota of trillion fucking like gold amulets, and they're like, oh, this is really valuable. How the fuck did you get this? And this is like, you just look at the ground around it, it's like a giant pit of gold.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that game does the Styx game, because it is like based on you generate a world map, and you don't get to see, like, the cool thing about it is you don't get to see what other civilizations generate. They generate around you. So the cool part about this is you can't like just be like, well, I'll just go in this place where nobody's settled, or I'll just go in this place where there's a lot of people, so I know that I'll be able to trade. You have to just like, that's just all sort of a little bit of like luck.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you do eventually, like, I'm currently at a point in the game where a lot of stuff is devaluated like severely, but like ore sort of like fluctuates, because in the beginning it was like ore was so valuable that it was never worth turning it into anything else, because it would just be sort of like you'd just be like losing labor for no real increase in value. But now it's sort of becoming that, oh no, I'm exporting such a huge amount of ore right now that it's actually decreased the price a bit relative to the finished product, so that's actually quite cool, if you know what I mean. But yeah, no, it's definitely not too thingy. Got in.
God, I got myself into that.
Yeah, like you'll be in like a position like that, and then a blob will come, right? And then you'll just be like, oh well, fuck. Oh, fucking headshot him. There's a blob in the swamp, by the way.
There's a leech here too. Which I didn't attack us for some reason. But there he is.
Lovely.
Fucking waste very good against blobs, as we found out after
Yeah.
10,000 arrows.
Yeah, and killing the boss, really.
No, because thankfully the blobs aren't that, like, they do take damage from the,
Yeah, it isn't like a hard thing, like if you
silly circles, you can't make fire to us. We're in a swamp.
yeah.
This is actually fire.
Yeah, but you can't you can't like remove it, so it's just a thing that just is there.
Is this your try?
Yeah. And I don't even know if you want to remove it, because smeltering cores or whatever. But alright, I'll put a workbench near here. Maybe that'll prevent them from spawning. I don't know. so many fucking cores. We probably should be a bit more proactive in placing portals, given I just almost collected another 10, you know?
Yeah, well, we don't really have too many places. Well, for the mountain, we can also, like, have you ever gotten, like, a iron? Is that something I
I have not either. I like maybe they're near ancient trees, if you know what I mean. So like try and rub yourself up against those. I've just been more preoccupied with trying to pacify the swamp, really. Or not ancient trees. Maybe they're near the like indestructible trees, is what I meant to say. Yeah, I see. It's like, ouch, fucking. And then you slip into the water and are like so disabled by it.
I think trenches might actually be a better way to go with this.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I think I might just go a bit north of this one, see if we can find a dungeon. I think that might be actually much better for us.
Yeah, go for it. Oh yeah, you might want to take the stuff required to build a portal if you go like quite a bit out.
I don't have the fine wood.
Damn. Yeah, you might want to take some of that just so that we can, because you know, I feel like we should start placing more portal rooms, given how much we fucking have. And we should probably expand the portal room at our base.
Oh yeah. Sure, one day we'll expand it.
I'll actually just like go work on that then because I've not like done any like building to the base. I've been like, you know, predominantly building like outposts, and you've been predominantly building the home base, which is actually interesting. Because, you know, when you think about it, I probably did like about as much building work, but
Yeah, I think the roads have been like overall what we've used the most.
oh yeah, that too actually, yeah. The combined effort of like the Great Road, it probably also is like the most roofed area that we've created as well. I think it's like probably it's not, probably not a couple of miles, but it might be actually be a mile of like because this character runs quite quickly. It might actually be a mile of like roofed area.
Yeah, something like that.
You'd have to calculate how quickly this guy actually runs, but he goes quite quickly. Like
I mean, I assume like 1 square kilometer is like, or 1 meter is like the 1 block, you know?
yeah, no, it is, but you have to like when he's running, you have to like calculate how fast he's doing it. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you'd have to make like 100-meter course and be like, how fast does he run that, and then you can calculate his running speed based on that. One, two. Also, the store is like conspiring against me to like eat pizzas because every time they put a different 2-for-1 deal on different pizzas. Every time. But so yeah, so my life has been protein bars, pizzas, and occasionally something else.
I think I remember reading an interview. I was like this chain manager. He was like, yeah, we have like the pizza, one pizza and it like all made sense. It's like, oh, there's always like something on. Like, yeah, it's probably like it's not always like the pizza you want to buy, but you know, every 6 weeks there will be something interesting.
Yeah, it's a very good, it's a very clever way of making sure you never have too high of a single stock, if you know what I mean. Or like sort of like guiding the consumer into emptying certain parts of your stock.
Yeah.
Oh, where did the like there was used to be the cart in the portal room, right?
I don't know where it is now.
Okay.
Might have been moved outside.
So like, where's the family dog? Here, Carty. Yeah, no idea.
Just a bit shy, you know.
Oh no, there he is. He's right fucking in front of me. Just like.
Oh my god, I got a scrap iron bar that is retardedly deep underwater.
Lovely.
I mean, it is underwater, but it's not retardedly deep.
I'm just sending you the names of all the portals that we have so far. Just also so that I can just like look at it and like, because I'm probably gonna destroy a couple of these portals and have to replace them. If you know what I mean.
Oh my god, I just nothing there. Wow. So that was interesting.
Oh, you're right. I can just walk. I can just walk through the portal encumbered. So, always such a happy realization. And I'm like, yeah, I could just like go through here.
Oh, this is an ancient tree. I can just chop it down. Also, happy realization.
Yeah. Yeah, those other three Jesus Christ, those other trees have no name. Because it doesn't. I think they're just like literally indestructible. Because it doesn't even say that you that they're too hard or whatever.
Yeah, I think
Also, just mild fun fact: Google translates. If you translate online into Japanese, it just replaces the L with an R.
what, really?
Yeah.
On Ryan.
On Ryan.
I've actually like Japanese. You're helping out, you know. It's like, so I need to, do these online assessments. And what the fuck did you just say?
It's a lot of times it's to do with with tax related, whatever the hell, tax related inquiries or whatever. I was trying to fucking remember what one of them was. Because they're also like they're like transcribed, like, so they're probably transcribe these things that she wants me to translate. Sometimes I get handed like the source document and then I have a much better time, but sometimes I have to fucking read what she's like transcribed from somebody else, and it's just like it is just like, is this the complete sentence? Did she like cut off half the sentence and I now have to translate this with like missing information? Yeah, I can't exactly think of like a good example off the top of my head, but there's stuff like I don't know, like audits, blah blah blah. This sort of like I'm trying to remember what one it actually was. It's yeah, it's like audit outside services or something, or like like something else. It's all like usually seeped in like American tax terminologies.
Have to translate this menu as like anal preaching.
Yeah. We got to talk about fingernails as well, which that was a thing. I'm actually gonna go look for a little bit more fine wood before I start construction, because I don't want to run out of resources. I've also been enjoying drawing like a more like I just am I'm just like super happy in the evening most of the time. It's like really the like once it gets to like past like about like 11, I get like another surge of energy that lasts to about like 7 in the morning or whatever. So though usually I try and like avoid that surge by going to bed around about before 11, and then I usually avoid the second surge of like feeling active.
I'm looking for Sarah.
Ah, yeah,
Oh, there you go, found one.
nice.
Did I bring in food? Of course I did. But that doesn't stop me from this work. Just gonna go get the key and then I'm smart enough to like mark it, but I'm not smart enough to put down use the wood I've collected getting there to like set up a workbench, up things and all that. I'm gonna carry that one to the place as well.
No worries. I'm like, I will like literally forget what I was like, what my objective was like every so often. So I'll be like I'll be like I'll know that I was there to chop trees, but I don't know like if it was like the birch trees, and it's like, oh yeah, I was getting fine wood for the thing. Oh yeah, I learned about we were talking about nails, like me and Japanese lady, and or she was talking about nails because I asked her about her day, and apparently there's this dip now that it's literally called dip, I believe, that women just stick their nails into, and it's like some sort of it like binds to their nails really well or something. So that's news.
So they get stronger nails.
No, it like unlike say applying a coating to their nails, they're literally like sticking it inside of like this material, which like applies a far more permanent color, if you know what I mean.
Like what kind of color? Like skin color?
No, just like any color that they want. It seems to like from my understanding of like how that thing probably works is that it just binds itself to like the calcium inside the nail, if you know what I mean, and just permanently binds with it effectively, unless you like get an acid to remove it or whatever. Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Oh, there was stuff to make a thing here.
Make a portal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good because then that means I can make a portal, and I just remember that while I was in like prepare my pickaxe.
Yep.
So at least they have like that for like preparing your tools. Like,
Yeah, no, like you sort of have to because obviously you can't. You also can't prepare a tool that. Huh. There. You also can't repair a tool that like is higher level than the workbench that you actually have.
yeah.
So. It would sort of have to function like that.
Oh, the frosting systems made us done.
Lovely. I'm just gonna quickly go into the. I'm just gonna quickly.
Since the resistance frost or something, if you want to go and like if you want just go straight to the mountain, or if you like or if you want to.
Well, no. At the moment, I'm gonna go and like expand the portal room, just so that we have like that as like a thing. Because I've like gathered the resources for it, and I don't want to leave it like half done. And then after that's like after I've done the portal room, we can go progress the mountain or get more materials or like effectively do stuff that prepares us for the mountain.
The thing is, I don't think we can get more gear that gets us ready for the mountain because
Like make more frost potions. I don't know.
yeah.
Just so that we don't like so that we can really go balls deep and don't have to like stop or whatever.
Yeah, I got the. We got some more pistols and things.
Because I guess acquiring iron in large quantities is not going to be a thing, right?
Really, like it's RNG dependent because we need to get the dungeons really, like because the dungeons you can get like easily 30 to 60 iron, but
Yeah. Yeah, so, and that also is like that also feeds back into why I'm expanding the teleporter room is because you know, if we just have more portals that we can just like bring into use, then we have like a much easier time exploring.
yeah.
And I'm currently just like heading to the buff place because as much as I like the elder like ultra wood chopping buff, I think the running buff is actually going to be more useful to me.
Probably.
And the other buff is just like physical damage reduction, or what was it?
There's healing ones that give they give you healing basically. There's one that gives you stamina, and there's one that gives you. It's called tasty, but it's fucking garbage because all it does is increases your stamina regen from 10 seconds at the cost of your health regen by 50%.
No. I meant for like the abilities that we can get from the altars.
Oh, I don't know what the other was. Well, there's one that gives the one I have, which is the bone vessel, gives you 90% reduction. It's on 90%. I just activated because he's this way. Resistance versus blend slash pierce.
Yeah, so effectively everything that isn't poison or cold or whatever.
Yeah.
So that might be good for dealing with the planes, really, because the dude that has the club and the spear.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I think we'll just take the running one for now. Oh, there's actually the fucking next thing that we're gonna kill is a dragon, actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's probably on the mountains too. Judging by the way we need to progress, and given by the fact that there's wyverns in the mountains, so I assume that there's also dragons.
Yeah, you have pretty solid logic there if I say so myself.
Yeah. Also, dugongs and manatee are the only two species of the family Sereniidae left in the world. There you go. You're welcome.
What is that?
The Sirenidae is like the family that is. It's like a separate branch of mammals that entered aquatic life, aka dugongs and manatees.
Fascinating.
Yes. And there used to be a really large Arctic dugong, but it was like hunted to extinction in like the like 18 or 1900s.
I need to repurpose one of these portals. I have purpose. I'm just saying.
Yeah, don't worry. Like when the portal room like starts construction, there'll be a period where the portals are like I'll be like the telephone operator that you have to like tell me which ones you want active at what time, because it'll be under construction. If you know what I mean. I'm just returning with some more wood. Namely, like fine wood, because I want it to be a situation where we will always have like we always have at least one teleporter that's just like available at home base, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I've repurposed one. I call it Polar, just to be like really helpful.
Yeah,
Because
teleports you right to Polarn.
I need 10 eyes. Don't tell me we can like take out the eyes and we can't get
God damn it! Like I like run towards the gate and hit like the open door.
nice.
Oh my god, this boar is like. Getting harassed by a boar. Okay. Can you sleep?
Oh, yeah, I need to take back.
Go to my.
Because I need to pick up some great door fights.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, removing most teleporters now.
Oh my god, I forgot to put down or get the key.
Oh my god. Okay, the only portal that's still up is Polarn, by the way.
Right. Not really matters what happens. I'm safe.
God, I love how quick and easy it is to just destroy stuff in this, and you get all the resources back. Feels good, man. This my guy is so like fucking anal that even when he removes like those things that are on the walls, he gets the nails back from them. You know.
Fuck my life. I just realized I forgot the eyes. And I forgot the key too. Like, so I can't do any of the things I needed to.
Fucking how do you every time like I hear about the key, it's like in the context of I forgot the key. And the key? Yeah, I forgot that too.
Well, at least I won't forget to like put down the things I was supposed to put down here.
Never forget.
I got half of the eyes I need, right, Kyle?
Yeah. Do we actually have a masonry bench? We have a stone cutter.
Well, I guess we don't then.
I thought you made one, right? At some point in order to construct the pier?
No, that just requires the stone cutter. Hold on, what is the masonry bench? Hold on.
Oh no, is it? Oh no, it is the stone cutter. Okay, I thought they were two separate buildings, but they're not. Ding.
Having lived alone for 5 years and made my own dinner. Some say, oh, you prefer having dinner made for you? Absolutely not.
No. Same. I was in the same boat for like a long period of like, yeah, literally lived like from age 17 to like 22, not at home or not at a place where a family made dinner for me, if you know what I mean. And then it's like, oh fuck, I guess I have to learn to adapt to other people now, and it sucks. There. No, I can do it like this. Sort of. Operation Terraform is go. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You absolutely gotta be kidding me. Okay. Oh my god. Oh no 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 no! Oh my god! This game has fucking no chill sometimes. Well, it didn't end the thing either. Really should have just eaten that first, shouldn't I have? Okay, of course now it's over. Alright then. Well, that sucked. Don't know how much skill I lost. Let's check. Oh god. I lost 3 running skill. Oh well, whatever. This fucking game, man. This is me trying to peacefully build. it fucking nighttime now? I fucking committed to building along the coast now, you know? time to get a fence to keep at least some of these little goblins out of there. Basic build time construction fence. Screw you, under construction. There you go. Oops. Just to make sure that it's fairly symmetrical. I mean, it's fine, actually. Fuck it, I don't care. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, I guess let's do 11 because I'm crazy. Sure, why not? Oh, this is gonna be a lot of floors. Can I do 3? Yes, I can. No, I can't. Okay. God, I love how quickly you can destroy stuff in this. Welcome back. I got attacked by drakes while you were gone, by the way, and I actually like they attacked the base and I actually died, and then like I was like, all right, I'll just get the frost potion and fight them, and then they just left. It's like really annoying, because I was just I was in complete like building mode, if you know what I mean. So I was like not ready.
Were you at the
Base, just at like home base.
you got attacked by drakes?
Yeah. It was like one of those wave event thingies. Like a cold wind brews. Oh yeah, and it was also like the climate here became frozen for like a brief period. It was pretty retarded.
It's like fucking the trolls. Did we have the trolls attack yet?
Yeah, we did. And before you look at what I'm doing, yes, I've caught a couple of fish doing this.
I'm still in the swamp area.
Okay. No worries.
I will be heading back though, so.
Alright.
Oh crap, I just died. Yeah, right.
A rip indeed.
All I had to do was get this fucking poor flies.
Oh, I see. Yeah, let's rest. Let's rest this terrible night away.
Don't mind if I do.
Just slowly fucking running back. Do we actually have like another food source aside from stew? Yeah, I guess we never bothered to make the other sausages. I guess we're lacking wild meat for that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Damn. Alright, well, that's a day. I imagine your bed gives a bit more comfort.
Well, like, comfort should be at 19 hertz as well.
Like, I have comfort 13.
Tell me when I wake up. 12 as well.
Oh, you have 12, okay.
Yeah, because I think you have some additional stuff there that gives you comfort.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but like, food sources, we have,
Yeah, I've just been eating the stew and having my own cooked meat.
the stew, cooked meat, and, maybe fish tails or like neck tails, maybe? That's the, currently like the most sustainable options we got.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And, well, it would be carrot soup, but we actually don't have, mushrooms, so. Should I make another batch of frost resistance? How long does it last?
10 minutes as well. I mean, yeah, go for it. Like, I think if we're gonna tackle it, we want to be like super prepared, right? Given how, like, you know, there's no point in like getting halfway.
Yeah, alright.
because I mean, thistles are like one of those things where they're hard to get, but not really. Like if you just go looking for them, you do get like quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I think that's pretty okay. Can always go fucking full retard later. Hmm?
You didn't finish
The new portal room, no. Do you see the like the preliminary structure?
Yeah.
I had to do quite a bit of raising the ground, or well, flattening the ground strategically there.
Don't we have enough wood, or sorry, stone to fix that?
I don't want to like use the stone for that yet. I first want to get the ground plan done, which don't worry, I'm making the dimensions semi. In my mind, they're like pretty conservative, but that might just be like my mind is pretty crazy.
Can't do like the Simpsons, like monkey banging drums together.
The
Homer said.
the symbol monkey.
Imagine if they wanted to troll us, they could be like, you can forge, forge glory basically by the way it works is that you can use valuables to make trophies.
Oh, what? Use valuables to make trophies? What do you mean?
Yeah, like so you have like actually no, because you used to have like a merchant duty like next to the things that you can use to get the trophies from, but you have to trade in valuables for it.
Oh wow! And it's actually just only the trophies, nothing else.
Yeah.
God, that would be something. Yeah, I will say the like I don't like I like the fact that there's the waves spawning is sort of in the game, but I don't like that it comes with like no there's no like fucking prelude to it, so it doesn't say like the night before, it doesn't say like fucking I have a bad feeling about this or something, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It just comes immediately, which I don't like because for one, it just means that, you can't plan around it or like prepare for it or anticipate it at all. So it just kind of sort of comes at like the time that you don't want it to come, and you're just like annoyed more than you're like entertained.
Maybe you could like find like like one of those stone tables. Being like, alright, so like according to the ancients, when like the time has like the skies are not clear, etc., etc. After a blood moon, you will get trolls or whatever.
Mm. Yeah, I'm fairly sure you could actually feasibly create a fish farm if you just dig really shallow water, and that's about it. Like that's I think about all that you need, and then I'm sure you could do some other stuff that becomes apparent once you see the fish like swimming into the land. But yeah, it's I imagine you could like because they do like end up on like the building terrain quite often.
Oh, let's see. Could you? Let's see.
Do you need a portal backup?
Yes. I haven't built it yet, but if you can give me a designation over chat, that'd be good.
I mean, all right. There you go. Do you want it built now?
No, it's no big rush, but I do need it because I've got the set spawn base thingy here set up. So
Okay.
once I've done my first like once my pickaxe breaks, I need it to be done by then, basically.
All right. Well, I'll just do it now because might as well. There you go. It's up.
Nice.
Figured might as well not like not delay on that.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I need it immediately because I need a key.
Always forget the fucking key.
Oh, I could have died with the key. So.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, hey, I found a chest that I built previously that had 150 wood in it, hidden treasure.
not to like kill that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a like, because I guess they're like locked. They're just like trapped in there. So that's just what they live, how they live for like ever. So such a strange.
Also, I find it hilarious. There's like this way to bone mass in the fucking bone mass swamp. It's like, fucking you blind, son. Oh wow, you know the starting place in the sunken crypts or whatever?
Yep.
The draugrs can't reach you up there.
Oh yeah, because it's like because it's like a little elevated, slightly above the water. Gonna take a piss. Be back. I've got the I feel cold debuff. Do you want to go sleep?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I can. I have nearly broken my pickaxe.
This game's like fucking stamina management of the game. I also like how I demolished the old portal house, and then when I started actually plotting out the ground that I was going to build on, I don't even have to really demolish it, but you know, fucking hindsight, am I right? Because I realized I wanted to make it like a really big square so that we just have enough space, and it's like, well then, given how you know, the space is all lined up. Anyway, I'm lying in bed out.
Traveling upstairs. Oh wait, hold on. I have to wait for my. There you go. You can't go to bed wet in this game.
No. I wonder what the term is the chance for me to get like a stone from just hitting the ground is.
Sorry, what?
I wonder what the chance is for me to get a stone from just hitting the ground, because it's not always the case.
I feel like it's like depending. Like it's not depending on how much you fucking change in elevation. That's for sure.
It might just be random. It's like maybe one in every 4 or something, one in every 5.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem to follow any sort of logic.
Good thing I'm here. I can refill my arrows. Yeah, it's definitely 10 out of 10 something to recommend to make a portal to exactly where you want to be, which is a bit of a shame because that means like your portals will be something we'll just have to like always deal with.
Yeah, well, the second you put something like a portal in the game, that's sort of like you kind of always got to do them. But I do like how fuck, come on, brain. I do like how the non-teleportable goods will mean that we will eventually still have to do that like sailing from the swamp to our base for the iron and all that shit.
And the fact that like basically like the advanced workbenches like non-teleportable goods as well.
Yeah.
So like before you like when you set up with your boat, you want to like have some stuff with you.
For sure. Like you can't just not do that. Yeah, I do like the overall inclusion of portals because it does mean that, whilst in a way it means that infrastructure is less useful, in another way it means building like auxiliary bases is also just like encouraged.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Big bases also serve like your a purpose. So.
Yeah, and you can always come back to them, and it isn't like because obviously you could also have to like every time where you build a portal, like sure you could technically just put a portal in a workbench, but as we've seen, like the fucking locals, they will just smash the shit out of it given a chance.
Yeah. We do go back to like even like older bases at some point, like the Elder and such, just to like get specific stuff.
Yeah, because they were just located in further into a biome or whatever, and I do like that. I'm really looking forward to when Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition comes out.
Oh yeah. I mentioned I watched Quill recently because he did the Nebuchadnezzar look at it,
Oh,
and
okay.
he was like, "Oh, I want to play Dwarf Fortress, but I'm waiting for the Steam edition." But I realized I've been waiting for quite a while now.
Yeah. That fucking liar, Quill.
It's more like the fucking Dwarf Fortress developers are liars.
Well, no, they're like I was more mentioning the whole like the fucking Quill in relation to Realpolitik or whatever,
Oh yeah.
where he's like, oh yeah, this game looks pretty good. I really like it, and it's like it's absolutely not even like remotely finished, if you know what I mean. It's like so buggy and like horrible.
Yeah, I noticed it's like the new Imperator one. Like a lot of streamers like, oh, it's been like overhauling so great right now. It's like, fucking, and then he's like, oh, I haven't actually have time to play it outside of these sessions. By the way, it's like, basically haven't given it another shot.
Like one thing that really disappointed me because I really liked Quill is that he's effectively just like he's willing to lie for money effectively, because you know that Realpolitik game, if you played it like even remotely, like if you gave it like 1 or 2 more hours to do anything, because it was also very sneaky because the parts of the game that he played, which is aka he never declared war, he never like did any of the like more complicated things. So he was only showing the parts of the game that weren't broken, which that's like hella suspicious to me.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was like.
It's pretty funny when they're like, oh, Imperator, like at their release, like, Imperator is great, and then they like play it, and then they don't play it anymore, and then now it's like upgraded. It's like, oh, Imperator is great now, yeah, now it's become really good, guys. Finally, it's like, yeah, but you always said it was great, didn't you? Like,
you know. Oh, like I was one of the people that I didn't say Imperator was great, but I said Imperator was good for what it was. Right? It wasn't like fucking. It didn't deserve negative like reviews because it wasn't that bad, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it definitely hasn't like improved that much, like at all. Like I'd say that it like it's sort of gone from like bad to decent to like sort of question mark where it's at now, if you know what I mean.
I still, there's some stuff I really like about it, but there's other things that it becomes so tedious. Like the main problem, actually, I feel like, is the scale of the map. If you know what I mean? That's like one of the biggest issues. Because like, if you look at like compare EU4 to Imperator, basically like France and Imperator is the size of like Spain, France, Italy, Germany.
Yeah.
That whole area. That is just France. You know, that's how much real estate of your screen and like overall gameplay the area takes up. And it just means that you are like so fucking like it takes forever moving out of like your home area that it's like, very like, and by the time you get out of it you only have like 150 years left,
Yeah, I mean, like, I play the game, like, super aggro, so I don't really, I don't really see that problem that much. Like, I usually have enough time to, like, just sort of not really go where I want. Obviously, if I play in India, there's no fucking way I'm reaching, like, Ireland or whatever. But,
Exactly.
like, it's more of, like, there's just not enough interesting shit on the map for how big the map is. Because like I'm like, if they hadn't put India in the map in the game, right, it would feel like much more empty because there's just much less going on. But that's because like, for all intents and purposes, the only countries that really are interesting is Rome, and then you have the successor states, and then you have Carthage. Yeah.
And then you have like pick your tribe and play as them.
Exactly, and the pick your tribe and play as them is just so not interesting because they're just so weak compared to like the other ones. Like even when you can sort of do the exploity like really rapid expansion, it's not as rapid as say just like picking Rome and just conquering your neighboring provinces.
Oh, yeah.
which is
The
good.
rapid expansion has changed a bit for tribes.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I don't know. I think you could just, well, I think migratory is still fine, but
Yeah, it's because migratory, like, there was no reason to not be migratory, if you know what I mean. If you could choose, um, because migratory had like the benefit of like you can just like go into all these like uncolonized places and just like take them like over really rapidly. It's very micro intensive, but you could do it. The effort that you expend playing migratory has no payoff. Unlike in say EU4, where playing as like a tribe, they usually get like huge bonuses for like the to make up for the extreme penalties of having to start as a fucking tribe. But that's not present in Rome. Like it's like there's no bonus to like starting as a tribe. It's only bad. So there's like no point in my opinion.
I guess it's simulated like tribes in the Roman area were not stronger than the city-states around it.
No, but it's you know it's one of those things where if that's the point that they're making, then that's not that comes at the cost of like it being interesting. Like because you know once you start going into the alternate history, aka like Gaul westernizing or whatever, you should start like you should get some bonuses or you should like there's also so little formable nations. Like which I thought was really disappointing. Like they really like missed the opportunity there by just having like custom nations be formable or whatever. Where you can just once you're like a major power, you could just form your new empire, and then you just can choose from like the accepted cultures and accepted religions that you have, you know, as like what you want to be the state. Because I think that would be much more interesting than if you just if it was like, oh, what will I'm playing in France. I wonder what fucking country I'm gonna form. Yeah.
Yeah, but they could have
And it's
yeah.
yeah.
Sort of like this is you have like these accepted cultures. So, you know, I don't know if you played with the integrated cultures thing.
Not much, a little bit. The like vast majority of my hours are prior to that.
So you can create like a let's make a let's say fucking like Roman Gaulic tribal, you know, integrated empire, you know, like spanning the Alps,
Yeah.
etc. That'd be quite interesting.
Yeah, no, exactly. That would give you a reason to do it, right? Like if you could do something like that, and then maybe you get like a little bonus that you can choose or whatever. And like, because you know, Gaul is also so fucking massive that it's like a little bit stupid. Like as you mentioned, where like you know you're trying to form Gaul, and unless you play like super aggro, you're not gonna form Gaul very rapidly.
No. So yeah, you saw my current game, which was a very much I want to reform into a monarchy, and then I want to like do stuff like just play like a bit of a like slow and steady game, you know.
Yeah.
Because if I like play too fast, like you know, like just like I don't enjoy that play style necessarily.
Yeah.
But I like it when I have like an E4. I got quite into that play style. At least when I was playing it like only a year ago now. Because then it was like, oh, I could like do a horde, and then you could like start as a horde, and you sort of have to play aggressive, and that was like a really nice contrast to like I don't know, like you play as, let's say you play as I don't know, like some German nation, you become like sort of the size of like Bohemia, and then you just sort of like you know, march your superior armies into like increasingly sizes of irrelevant enemies, and then you just win whatever goal you wanted to set.
Yeah, that's why the only like sort of peaceful play that I like in because they in EU4 they really like to put in like anti-blobbing mechanics,
Yeah.
which I don't mind, but like then put in fucking something else for me to do during peacetime, because unless I'm playing like the HRE Emperor, there's like not a lot for me to do during peacetime, because there as the Emperor of the HRE there's reasons to go to war that are outside of just wanting to annex, right? And that's interesting to me. But then if you're like just like say I don't know, if you're like say you've united all of Italy, you're like ultra uber rich, there's really no reason to you know, maybe you want to annex France next, but like for all intents and purposes, you're already like a great power, and because of the way the stupid way the trade network works, you're always going to stay a great power because you're always going to be at like a end node.
Yeah.
So you like never become irrelevant. Yeah, it's why I like enjoy Victoria 2 like a lot more now. Like I've recently like just gotten into like playing Victoria 2 a whole bunch more because it's just more like not necessarily that there is like a little bit more to do during peacetime, not necessarily a huge amount more, you know. But it's just more of like the wars that you fight are more meaningful and like you're either like stomping a nation that's like super irrelevant, or you're like fighting against a great power and it's actually interesting.
Oh yeah, I played a little bit the HPM mod,
Mm-hmm.
which was like the mod like that is like vanilla plus essentially from what I can tell. But with like some of the reliability stuff that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So I have like I don't have like a necessarily like I want to like perform something as fast as possible. I really like the timing attacks you can do instead.
Mm-hmm.
With like the Oriental crisis and all that. If I can choose, I like that for my single player games at least. For the flavor, and yeah, it's very interesting, especially playing as let's say I've been playing as Romania recently. And like the problem with Romania is that you start out with like 0 literacy, and then once you've gotten yourself up to it, you like to like 40%. You got the United Europe with Wallachia or Romania, Moldova, sorry.
Yeah.
And then you have your independence war against the Ottomans, which you get a like basically timing attack with the Russians.
Yeah.
When they had the Oriental crisis, and then once you've done that, you need to like stay allied with the Russians, and then you can like use the Russians to get your force back from Austria, and then like and in the end you need to betray Russia for your last
For Bessarabia.
yeah. So that's a really like that's a campaign I'm trying to do that I'm gonna enjoy.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Like, I still want to sort of carry on with the game where I formed Super Germany in like 1840. Though it is a little bit like, because then I've been like thinking of what my goal would be, and it would just be effectively trying to unite all of Europe because that would be funny. I'm fairly sure that would be very possible, very easily as well.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, like as my current playthrough that I'm giving like the most time, I'm still playing China because China just is so fun in vanilla because they have a couple of like things that like nerf them or whatever, but not as much as like in like other mods that I've played where they're effectively like don't play China, kid.
Yeah, you tried to play China. I see. I want you to play China. So here's all these restrictions.
Here's these events that are like, you know, don't really make sense in the context of your game, if you know what I mean, but they make sense in the context of history, god damn it. You know, like fucking communist world power China is like getting like the Opium War or whatever after having kicked Great Britain out of India, you know? Fucking Boxer Rebellion, even though we're already modernized, like what the fuck do you want from me, Boxers? We're not fucking modernized. I'm like already a republic, and the Boxers still show up. You know.
Boxers are like, I want you to like give us democracy, make us a great power, kick out the Westerners. So they're like, what?
It's like fucking. I'm sorry, sir, but I've already done all those things. They're like, yeah, well, fuck you, and then they rebel anyway.
Our boss says we have to do this, otherwise we don't get paid.
Yeah.
By the way, have you found some raw meat? Just, yeah,
No. No. Like I've I've been predominantly industrying it up at the moment, aka like just building. I probably should sleep again because it's night.
No, I was back from
Turnip stew also requires meat.
Yep. But yeah, we have so much fairness now.
Yeah.
I've sort of like misjudged this game a bit when it comes to food production or farming.
Right.
Because I thought you would need like carrots and turnips and you would need like to get a lot more, but it turns out the reason why we had gone exponential with it is because we oh my god, what's it called? Like we didn't what's it called? Like we didn't defend our crops, so the Graylings came in and poached our crops, and that's why we're like basically
Okay.
behind. Because I did a little bit of a thing on the CA one.
Mm-hmm.
And I basically didn't play that much, and like already I had like 1,000 carrots basically, effectively, if I wanted to.
Right. But yeah, my China game is very. I have it on YouTube as well. It's very interesting in that because I freed India, what happened now is that France now controls the most. Well, France and I together control like the largest part of India now. Because obviously India doesn't stay independent. Fuck no, their territory is far too like valuable for them to stay independent.
Yeah.
And obviously, because I freed India from Great Britain, I reduced the amount of fabric and cotton and all that shit produced in the world by like granting India independence reduces like the production of like the world by like a good fourth or something, because you know Great Britain no longer gives their ridiculous tax to like India.
Yeah.
So it's like fairly significant, and Italy formed by itself in like 1846, as I mentioned already. So it's like pretty interesting, and like the North Germans have like taken part of the Netherlands and shit. It's like a really interesting like alternate history thing, because France has become actually more prominent than Great Britain because they succeeded more in reconquering India. So it's a very like it's the most alternate history I've seen that early into the game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
Because usually Italy like forms super fucking late, in my experience, and
In Manila, really? I thought they got like removed at everything.
yeah, but I thought it's only 1860, which I consider like that's the realistic date, but I think that's like very late. Whereas in this one, they formed like 4 or 5 years into the game, you know. Yeah, I just don't see it that often. That might just be me like not looking for it either, but. But yeah, so I'm pleased with that game. Oh yeah, and in that game, the fun part about playing China is that I managed to like I'm very close to researching like inorganic chemistry, which means that I will no longer be getting like cholera and all that shit super like all the time.
Oh yeah.
Because one of the cool things about vanilla um, Victoria is that they sort of nerfed China in that because of China like almost never being able to like fully satisfy all their peasants, they get a lot of disease outbreaks and a lot of pandemics, which is like realistic. And obviously, I'm trying to like I'm like effectively fighting to keep my pops alive and also to prevent them from migrating to the U.S. because I actually have very low migration to the U.S. in my current game. And I've been able to maintain that by just having like a decent economy and like lowering the tax on the poor and making sure that I'm like a constitutional monarchy and like just also having like the reforms that are like you're allowed to do public protesting and shit makes them like really happy.
Also, like, I assume if you have factory unemployment.
Oh yeah, but yeah, you like, but you know, I'm sort of almost guaranteed to have unemployment in like my capital because of how how crazy the volume of fucking people is.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, like in the other regions, it's fine. And yeah, I have like all of Japan, working on getting all of Southeast Asia, working on getting effectively eliminating all great power influence in Asia, like taking like the Indonesia from the UK, from the Netherlands right now, and it's fun. Like I have to spend a fair amount of my diplomatic power to make sure Russia is friendly because just fighting them just sucks so much dick that I just don't want to do it. Like I probably could at this point, but it's like such a time waster, if you know what I mean.
you fight Russia and then you take half their country and they're like, well, you didn't take the important part. Sorry, we're not gonna surrender.
It's also because the way that the war score is because it's all battles, and like I still have only like I only have the 4 military techs that I get for westernizing, and Russia already has 9 or yeah, they already have like 9 out of 30 techs, and I have like 4 out of 30 or whatever the hell it is, probably 35 actually.
Yeah.
And that just means that I've got like no chance of really like getting good battle results against them, so there's like no point. And I've also been like super uninvesting in my military because having like a soldier population of like above 3 million is not worth it, so I'm not investing, and now I have only 2 million soldiers. Only 2 million, which is still like 3 times more than what free India has, and the next greatest power is like the UK and then France in terms of soldiers. But yeah,
There's like a general lack of artillery at some point in the game, like steel for artillery and so on. So like you can't have like more than a certain amount of soldiers. So you just won't be able to supply them with like proper equipment. So what's the point?
oh yeah, like I think I'll be able to remedy some of that if I get more of the industrial techs. But yeah, especially seeing as how I've like sort of hurt the global industry by taking thing. But yeah, so it's an interesting game where I'm like trying to prevent the New World from becoming insanely strong, because obviously I think US is the second greatest power, not because of anything really, mostly prestige, but
Yeah.
I'm really trying to prevent them from becoming the greatest power, because if I like don't manage my economy properly or accumulate war exhaust or do anything stupid like that, I obviously I start like sending 40,000 Chinese to them like per month, So it has a lot of moving pieces, that multiplayer game, that the game where I like formed Greater Germany doesn't really have those kind of moving pieces, because I've already like sort of proven that I can literally beat every single adjacent great power fighting me at the same time. So
Germany's insane. Like fight the big wars, and it's basically if Germany is not like opposed by every single one of their neighbors, they basically are guaranteed to win.
Yeah. And I'm not even like this is 1840 super Germany as well, so I like actually have more troops than most of my neighbors. I have like second highest literacy still, even with all of like Hungary and the Balkans and shit included. And it's just you're just in like such a powerful position. Like the only nation that can really like sort of rival your army's quality is Great Britain, and they just don't have enough. Like they just can't. Like they just can't defeat you. Like you're just too. Like they just don't have enough troops to really do it. Like if Great Britain, if Russia had Great Britain's techs, they would be like sort of on par with you, but they don't. You know.
I mean, like, doesn't France like have a good tech?
Not compared to like they don't have enough soldiers, and they also don't have good enough. Because here's the problem with what the AI sort of does is they love mobilizing, and that is like oh you've done a bad thing because the Prussian professional army eats mobilized troops for fucking breakfast, and then they're just like oh shit, looks like we're losing.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, if you have artillery versus that.
Yeah, in the beginning, obviously, it's a real scramble. Like everybody's buying up artillery, but it's like such yeah, you're just so strong as like the thing. Like because I think like also you're sort of incentivized to if you want to play Uber Germany. I am the world's only great power sort of like style. You have to do some military tech, so you have to like make sure that you're always ahead of like France, at least France and Russia. Like you have to make sure that you're like well ahead of those guys, and Great Britain is like the only one that can sort of keep pace with you tech wise.
Yeah. I also remember why I hate playing as like anyone who's like not able to beat one of the great powers, and that is like let's say you're playing as like I don't know like fucking South America because I did a little test run as like say as Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see, like, I had a simple goal. I'm just gonna conquer all of South America, right? And
Yeah.
cheats or whatever. Like, it's like playing the infamy game. The problem is, like the first early years are happy years, because then you can just, like, you can declare war, do whatever, like, okay to beat, fighting multiple nations. It's absolutely fine. Like, it's a interesting logistical challenge, if nothing else. But then you beat the real resistance, and that is, oh, I'm friendly with this tiny ass random nation. I'm Great Britain. I'm going to join the war, and you can't. There's no way you can win against them whatsoever.
No.
So like get a great power to help you out. And
Yeah.
I'm sort of stuck being like, alright, I guess I can never attack Venezuela ever again.
Yeah, as a secondary power, like you only have a chance, even as America, you only really have a good chance against Britain right at the start of the game. Because then you can mobilize, and then like Great Britain hasn't built enough troops, like because their military capacity is huge, but at the beginning of the game they still haven't gotten to that. So then you can beat them, but then after that, like even like 5 years later, you cannot like as America, you cannot like beat the UK unless you've like removed their foothold in America, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, like and playing as Brazil, like I've always been like, that's like on paper it doesn't sound that like on paper you're like, oh well, Brazil is like they're like a solid regional power. There's nothing that can really, which yes they are, but the downside is like fucking like you're so shit compared to like any other great power. You're like leagues behind them.
I can't definitely get the military tech because I need to like research. Like you can't afford to have a static army with the starting economy you give it.
Yeah.
You need to like research the economy techs or give them migration. Either or doesn't happen. And so you're like sort of in the unfortunate position of being like, well, I'm not gonna be able to like get out of this rut for a while, and then you're like, well, I guess I'm.
Yeah, because
I guess I can't declare war on big great powers that are not like France, US,
Yeah, I think so. Like technically, like, but other powers probably not. Like, I mean, the Netherlands, if they are a great power in their game, you could. But they're probably
Stuff
not.
like that, but usually like it's the US and Co that are in your face, and you're like, well,
Yep. And the gap between you and the US is already pretty fucking huge at the start of the game, and then it just gets bigger and bigger.
yeah. Although I will say, like by the end of my Brazil campaign, after I had taken a little bit of like, I'm gonna tech up and get bigger, and then that was like speed 5 Azu. I was able to like get more migrants in the US. But
Nice.
obviously, like I did not have like South America is very poor on coal and iron. And guess what you need for a military?
Yeah. Yeah, geez. Like the like did you like rush Chile to get the Chilean like precious resources there or
Well, like what I found is that even if you get to Chile and such, there is not enough crops there, even with migration, to get any like one province in Europe produces like 100 times more
yeah.
sulfur coal whatever than you will ever get with migration in that province. So that's the problem with that. So let's say like a European province has like 100 production, or like you will have like 15 maybe there.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's why I always like in Victoria 2 I always either play high pop or high literacy because the thing is if you're like sort of in between that um like you know and when I say high pop I mean like more than like 5 million or something like that, you know, like that you have enough to where you can sort of like marshal your population against other nations rather than like having to keep up with military tech.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, if you're not in that position, you're like having such a hard time because your economy just suffers if you like go military tech, and you're like even if you focus on military tech, you're not ticking fast enough to do anything with it. Like it's like the Ottomans are interesting to play because if you like sort of focus military tech with them, you can be like in the region, you can be like super dominant, and that means that you can like take over all of Egypt, take over like maybe not Persia, depends on if like Russia attacks them or not, if you know what I mean. Because Russia sometimes attacks Persia, and then you can then you can attack them because without getting intervened on.
Yeah.
But now I'm just
Finish the things. Now I'm gonna now I'm gonna do a pro game move, and that is like take iron to the boat, teleport to the thing, and then like teleport back. So that is gonna save me a lot of time through the swamp.
nice. Yeah, I'm currently practicing ways to build stone walls that are efficient and also don't look super ugly. So because the stone wall 4x2 is very efficient because you know it's 8 square or not 8 square right it's 8 meters of like coverage for 6 stones, which is very good compared to like wood, which wood is always 1 meter. No, 1 meter is 2, so it's like you know not as efficient. But
How
obviously,
much was it for stone, sorry?
6 for 4x2, and wood it's 2 for 1x1. And no, smaller stone blocks are actually they lose efficiency.
Okay.
Only the biggest one has a good efficiency on it.
But are you building stone floors or stone what?
Walls. Because they're efficient for walls. Yeah, because I wasn't sure if I should make the walls out of wood, but I think it'll actually cost less and be faster if I make them out of stone, which is interesting.
Yeah, and we have a surplus of stone currently, so.
And it's easy to obtain as well, so yeah, one of the reasons why I find Victoria 2 so fun is because it doesn't change like So you know my knowledge of the game just keeps building rather than like me having to be like, oh well, fuck, I already did everything in like I already did everything in Imperator, so now that they've like updated it, like there's no real incentive for me to do anything else because I've already done it all.
And it's like, oh, what did they change in this patch? Oh, fucking, if I care to find out.
The downside is they don't add more like where are those fucking content designers that I keep complaining about like in games like Stellaris because like they're fucking not like I've checked under the fucking like civilizations in fucking Imperator and they're not there.
Yeah. They don't add like more fucking, you know, plant bonuses, you know, like stuff like that. They did for like these things, but it's like definitely a game that can use more fucking randomized bullshit to, you know,
Yeah.
promise modifiers.
Yeah, or just like, because, you know, they put in religions, but I just want more interesting fucking, like, end game or and mid game. Like, just fucking, like, give me something that fucking happens in it, right? Like, because the problem is, like, by definition, that game is Roman centric, right? So either make it super fucking flavorful and interesting to play Rome, or make it, like, so that, like, the rest is just seeped in alternate history because like you know get those fucking fantasy writers out there because like it's so fucking bland to not play as like one of the big powers.
Yeah. Like even the now that they like done the resource update, it's also kind of boring to play as like let's say you're playing in the like in the like the like let's say you're playing in like Britain, right?
Yeah.
And then you like didn't conquer Britain, and then you play in Germany, and then you conquer Germany, and then you're like, well, what's the difference between the two? No, nothing really. In practice, there's no real difference. They're both tribal areas with the same resources.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you're like, oh well, I'm gonna play Tibet. It's like, oh well, you have like in Tibet you can get these sets of trading goods, but they don't give you like that different play style than playing in Britain. So yeah.
Yeah, because there's no like because now that they removed all those fucking bonuses from it, which like you know in a way is good because they were super imbalanced, but in like another way is like it's like a bit stupid because it isn't like in Victoria 2 where you're like, okay, well, I'm fucking conquering this place. Okay, what resources does it have? Okay, it has tea. That's like sort of useful because I don't have a lot of tea in it in all of the rest of my country, and then I can maybe get my population a little bit happier. Like they could have fairly easily done that, where it's just like you know. Just a more variety, like you actually have a demand for goods rather than just like, oh, you just have one and it's good. You know, gives you like a more of a reason to like go out and like conquer goods and like make your pop more happy because you've got more goods than the other guy.
In HP, they did a really cool thing where it's like coffee and tea are always in high demand, so they have like those luxury goods and like they're like basically like, oh, what do you want to conquer? Oh, those two are a good option. But that means that like being like a colonial nation is sort of like a good money maker.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have like lots of events that give you like you know like, oh, you can prospect for coal, and coal, if you get coal, it's like, damn nice, I can like start putting a coal factory in this province and all that stuff. Like that sort of stuff doesn't happen in Imperator anymore, you know.
No.
The only trade good I found like interesting to like manage was like precious metal, because it's the most valuable goods for the enemy, for the AID import.
Right,
So
right.
you can sort of have like an economy based on that, but it's not really like anything special. So that's
Yeah.
what I did in my current game. It's like, oh, I'm playing in Southern France. Well, like there's lots of precious metal here I can use to improve my economy. Nice.
I mean, they have made their game like, or they have made their lives like fucking pretty hard in Imperator. Like, you know, I understand fully how hard it is to like think of like, even if you have like a lot of experience with these sort of games, to like think of like a good way to like balance an economy, but it is just very bad in Imperator. Like there's so much not interesting stuff to do, like, you know, just sitting on your like empire and like managing it is not fun. Like, it was honestly, when it was like broken, it was more fun when you could like do all that stupid shit with migrating pops, because at least it gave you something to do. And they really need to like, they sort of need to make it, because they're sort of going in halfway in this direction anyway, with like the way that you can direct, like effectively put like the Victoria 2 provincial focus on something, right? They really need like a way to sort of like more directly landscape, or like do like sort of like carry out like grand architectural plans or whatever, because otherwise it's like pointless. And also have a reason to do them, obviously. Like, have there be a reason to want to like move pops to a certain province, because that was also another thing. It's like teching in that game. I see it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, because of how weird it is to tech in Imperator, I'm like, I never fucking do it. I almost always play like high aggression nations, because if you just play a small nation and you want to just tech, you're just effectively just doing a whole bunch of nothing on speed 5, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I don't consider that particularly interesting.
The problem with the way the game is built up now is that you have, you know, like, you need gold to build buildings. As a small nation, you don't really get gold, and
Yeah.
then you're just sort of like stuck in the spiral where you're like, you need to get more tech than you currently have. And the only way to get that is to wait, and the more you wait, the less you can do. So it's like sort of like a spiral of speed 5. And then when you finally get attacked, you're like attacked by someone who's, you know, more powerful than you in theory, because, you know, they just sort of ignore the tech game, and sure, you'll destroy their armies, but then you will not be ahead in population compared to just doing what they did, but it's much better.
Yeah, like Conquest is almost always better. Like, and not just almost always. It's like always better because it's just so much faster. Like, you know, in the time that it like when I was doing those like I'm gonna just like rush to form Persia as like that like Hecrula Persica or whatever the fucking like the little, it's not Pontus, you're playing somebody else, but you're playing like it's that achievement, the one where you're playing like Cyrus or whatever, or like the descendants of Cyrus.
Yeah.
And you just like fucking aggro and attack everybody super quickly, and I guarantee you I'm fucking far more ahead than if I just sat in those shit provinces in the mountains and like tried to micro my fucking technology.
Where's the big boat, by the way?
I think the big boat is it's not near Bonemass?
No.
Oh, it's in Southland, maybe?
Maybe.
Well, there's like you can rename like either one of those portals, or I can build another one, whichever.
How much is another one of those cost?
A lot of fine wood, which is like the annoying thing is we need that for portals, if you know what I mean, to restore our portals. And 10 iron, I believe, as well. It's not that expensive, but did you just want to rename one of those portals, or did you just build the next? You build the next one. Okay, good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is. You see all these walls, right? That's like only like 5 stacks of stone.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, for like, because that would be like fucking 10s, if not like 20s of stacks of like wood, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got the thing. I don't think I can do it in the
Wait a minute, is it actually here near the base? I fucking like, dude, where's our boat?
Did it get destroyed?
It is a possibility, but if it did get destroyed, it should have the it wherever it was destroyed, it should have floating resources.
Well, I don't see it here where I'm at currently, so.
Oh, I don't see floating resources where one of the locations was that it could have been near the base, so. Did you sail it last, or what?
Well, didn't we like use it at Southlands? Or am I?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or I thought, or is it at Frontier maybe?
It could be at Frontier.
Alright. Let me. I'm gonna go to the plains, but I need to perfect.
Alright. Okay, well I already know that I need more stone, so... Where did I put the cart? There it is.
Oh yeah, it's at the Frontier. Sorry, just chatting to Rusty. Asked if he wanted to
Like if you wanted to chat, but he's like, no, he doesn't want to bother us or whatever. But
Sorry, just put it around.
right. Put those eyes back. Oh, if I can put the eyes in the wrong chest. You know, because Rusty just messaged me, which he sometimes does every now and then. Oh yeah, right. I was gonna get. Initiate a teleporter to the mine because I just know that there is just stacks upon stacks of fucking stone there.
Which one?
Just the one called mine, aka the one that's on the other side of this little continent. Then I can literally just run through the mine and just get, because of how efficient the stone is. Every 6 stone is 8 square meters of wall. Right? Am I thinking about it correctly? Is that correct? No, it isn't. No, every no, it's every 6 stones is 4 square meters of wall. Sorry, I'm retarded. So that means that, having 10 stacks of it, aka 50. So actually it's 12 stacks, so that actually makes the math a little bit easier because that's 600. So that's 100, which would then be 100 times 4 is 400. So that's 400 square meters of wall. from just 10 stacks, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Whereas with wood, it would be much more. Hey, the mine's coming in like, fuck, it's still paying dividends, baby.
Mine truly the best days. I mean, we might as well at some point, right, deconstruct the highway to recycle all that wood.
Nah. It's easier to chop down trees than it would be to fucking deconstruct this place. The best part is I can like throw shit down the stairs, it rolls down the stairs, and then I don't have to carry it.
Yeah.
Our food situation is becoming a little bit dumb though. Not quite as dumb as me serial picking up these circling cores just to like fucking throw them ahead of me, but
I got the boat to bone mass.
did you figure out where the boat was, or did you make a new one?
It was in front here.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm also bringing back whatever the goblins from. That's still clean, so
You can do some science on it.
yeah. Whatever we need to like make whatever metal that is, like the dark metal, we can just straight up have some at our home base.
Oh baby, I'm carrying 1,300 pounds in my inventory.
Carrying 1,253 myself.
Nice. Yeah, because I sort of did the like in my head I did the like sort of like guesstimating math of like how much time it would take me to get the like multiple thousands of wood I'd need to finish this structure, or I could just get like the 1,000 stone and probably finish, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Fuck you see where I am, right?
Oh, right. Nice. Very, not that far from the coast, really. Yeah, to put the meme into perspective, Pilar, you destroy like a stone that's like, you know, the size of like your head, and you can build like a fucking 8 by 2 meter wall. Aye, fish, you're in here with me now, fish. I can't press E on them while they're actually swimming. That's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. Like there's nothing I can do about them, so I just have to wait until they beach themselves, I suppose. Yeah, when they're actually still swimming, I can't like pick them up, even though I'm like you know, easily on top of them, you know.
Oh fuck! I forgot to like. Oh come on, game.
Did you forget that the thing sinks?
Not that. I forgot to like not run out of stamina.
Well, yeah.
I would be so close if I lived with this. Oh, I was so close.
Damn. So now you have to take one of the small boats or something to go and.
Yeah, I was so close. Like I was like happy.
That's why you shouldn't have eaten before you went swimming. Has this happened to you? Just like this guy is like, I fucking can't swim for like 5 minutes, just like dies.
I'll have to sacrifice one of the boats, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, if it's a small boat, that's fine.
You can always like teleport with the resources to make a raft and raft out there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Maybe faster actually, because it takes some time to get the boats from main base to.
I mean, you could try, but like a raft is very slow. I mean, you're welcome to do it with the raft if you want to. I won't stop you.
I think actually, like looking at the distances, faster. I'll have to get a hammer from the trash chest. 20 wood and 6 wood. Yeah, that's like super cheap for us. Like,
Yeah.
because like we have to sacrifice the food anyways. Is my thought so.
Yeah. Yeah, one boat must be left behind. If you need some wood, if you enter the construction area, there are so many chests that are just filled with it.
I wonder if that, because that turtle island was very close to where we spawned. Like, I swear we saw it in the exact same spot earlier.
No way, right? Was it the same place?
Here.
No, because I put a ping on it, right? No, I didn't. All right, well, I'll put a dot on it now and let's see, former turtle, and if it like you know is there again, then we.
Hold on, it can't have been when I was there because I wasn't
Yeah, so it isn't.
Yeah. It could be, but you never know.
The real fucking struggle of like this, like the area that I've built is just slightly bigger than is convenient to cover with one workbench, so I just have to like move it from corner to corner.
Oh no.
It's not that bad. It's just a mild inconvenience.
That the fucking serpent has been there and killed their boat.
That would be something.
This raft ain't fast, but you know, I have good winds.
The wind's on our side, boys.
Yeah, on the sea, I think I died to a troll after having rafted over to a place. Or no, I didn't raft over. I used one of those the descending boats.
Yeah.
I died, so I put a raft. Died again after like landing there. And I think I died one more time before I was like, I should put down a bed here, and I didn't die, but I put down a bed.
Nice.
And I was so drunk. It took like 20 minutes with the fucking boat on the raft, right?
Another reason why I decided to make all the walls out of stone is because I realized making the floors and the ceiling is going to be fucking hell of expensive anyway on wood.
Dude, I can see my body, and it is like I can reach the items from the ship.
Hey man, it happens. Shit happens. Okay. I become like whenever I'm building and I'm like super near the home base, I become super complacent, and I guess that's why they put in those fucking wave attacks or whatever. They're like, fuck that guy for like thinking his home is safe. When it is like fucking 300 days out of 350, like two, you know? These Grey Dwarfs have figured out how to like fight me, and they just stand next to like support beams that I've built, and they're like, "Oh, you wouldn't fucking hit your own child now to hit me, would you?"
Wait, is there a wave attack on?
No. It's just it was just like some Greylings.
I just imagine, like, you know, that tree above us, you just see like a branch fall off and just like fucking crush you. You know, given how like it looks very big, but like how big is it actually? Like someone should calculate that.
Yeah. I mean, that would be fairly hard to calculate, because the thing is, unless you have reference for distance, like you'd have to just like pretend you know how far away it is in order to calculate how big it is. because there's no reference, right? Like you could just have to say like, okay, well the clouds are X meters up, right? And that's how you'd have to calculate it because there's no way for us to know how far away it is.
Couldn't you like build like a tall tower, like look at how like and that size, and then you can like see sort of like parallax it?
Yeah, I think you could, like using 2 points to sort of like triangulate, but not triangulate it.
Yeah, and kind of like the stars you can sort of like do as well a little bit. Not very precise, but you have like like some real world data, and then you can sort of get an idea.
Wait, in the real world, yeah, but in this game, the stars are just a texture up against the wall.
Yeah, but
So.
I mean, like I mean, you can use the as like how because I don't. This is like a real 3D object, right? But it's
Yeah, it definitely is a real 3D object. Fairly certain, at least.
It looks like it. Like it definitely moves against the background. So.
Because the problem is when something is too far away, like because the human eye judges distance by using the thing that you mentioned, where it like using effectively the two rays that the eyes draw, it can calculate the distance based on like effectively the relative difference of like if going into one eye and then out the other eye of vision, right?
Yeah.
But when things are too far away, that no longer works for human eyes. So. But yeah, for this, no idea. Didn't I literally place this thing down? No, I hadn't. All right. I'm sure somebody has like had an attempt at calculating the thing.
I know the moon is the wrong size. That's for sure.
Where's the moon? Oh yeah, that's definitely pretty big. But even the moon is like a, because if we like we could use the like we could fucking like super bullshit method it where you can use like the size of the moon and its like trajectory to calculate where you are relative to the equator.
Yeah.
And based on that, you can maybe like get like a size, if you know what I mean, because that way like how much like how big the moon should be relative to the stars and all that shit. But I don't know, it doesn't seem too reliable.
Valheim astronomy.
Yeah.
And there's a YouTube video for you.
Fuck, man. Do you want to know how to make an astronomy degree useful in making fucking like gaming videos? Just like a guy like has like a history degree like in like I don't know like fucking I don't know like biblical history like theology or whatever. He's like was Jesus Christ a gamer? It's like one of the videos they.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, you think I can't kill myself against another Turtle Island cow? I will try.
All right, I guess there must be a lot of turtles in that area. No, they only show up when you're not looking for them. When you're just trying to have a fucking peaceful sail, they show up.
I've eaten the wrong type of food for this too, which is really sad.
Excuse me, sir, I appear to have eaten the wrong type of food.
There, I've got my honey ran out.
Fucking idiots wonder how the people at Stonehenge fucking did this as fucking very easily as the real, according to this game.
Ah, this time was prepared, you turtle. And I got 60 something from this. So yeah, I can definitely make you another art point channel.
Lovely.
Just gonna practice as turtle. We don't know what even if it is a turtle. It's just like, you know, you just know from like other experiences that this is probably a turtle.
Yeah, I mean, fucking the two hints are it has chitin or chitin, and it's chitin. It has a shell. It's big. It's underwater. It's a turtle. Fucking close enough to turtle. Though, fucking to like, you know, adjust my spectacles even higher. The biggest turtles actually don't have chitinous shells. They have the biggest turtle is like the leatherback turtle, which has tough skin on its back rather than like a hard outer shell carapace, if you know what I mean. And even like the historically biggest turtle ever didn't have a hard shell. It had like the leatherback. It had effectively a rib cage over which tough skin is spun. Pretty much any fucking documentary I just like fucking eat up on YouTube so that I don't have to like watch like Family Guy clips or like yeah. Seth MacFarlane does the same black guy joke. Did you know black people have big penises? Did you know I have a cuckoldry fetish? You know, just like.
Did you know Peter Griffin has a small penis?
Yeah.
Everyone knows it, and they make a big deal out of it.
What? Yeah, another interesting thing is I think because they like did the Cleveland show, which was also always like a very confusing thing to me because you know it's like that character didn't seem interesting enough to warrant a spin-off, and the fact that it got canceled, I guess sort of like it's like hey, he wasn't interested enough to warrant a spin-off, but he was actually like in like the early seasons he was actually like he was part of like the sort of like not really like he was like a part of like a lot of the Black Pride organization sort of thingies, if you know what I mean. Million Man March, blah 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 blah. So that was actually like his character was like a little bit more interesting because he was kind of like this sort of this sort of like really mild mannered, like what you'd imagine to be like very like passive dude, but he actually had like a sort of set of core beliefs or whatever, and he had like he was actually really active in like his sort of community. So like he was one of the more developed characters that they had, and he wasn't very like interesting or developed.
I don't care about this fucking log I'm going through.
Yeah, but I guess that sort of explains why it was such a because I thought it was a much more gradual change for Family Guy to like sort of go like a bit more like edgy, but no, it was like actually really quickly. Like they went from like being more like family friendly to when they went back on air, I guess, like season 3 to season 4, like to like not being family friendly at all.
I still think like season 4 is like season 5 is like it consolidates even more. I
Could
mean, like
could be. I haven't rewatched that in a while.
so I don't really like season 5. It is just it is much more stale than season 4.
Because what episode was it that I was like? Yeah, because season 4 still does have some silly things. Because I think the MC Hammer parody was in season 4. I'm not I think so. Yeah. Like I'm not 100%. It might have been like the end of season 3, but I remember thinking about season 4. It's like, all right, so this is when they started doing like all these things that I kind of don't like, but this is also when they had some of their like really good episodes as well.
Yeah. Like definitely like season 4 is I really like season 4. Boy, I love being 1,500 kilos.
It was a knife, I think, as well.
Yeah, the Abyssal Razor and
But yeah, no, like I even have like majority stone to spare, by the way, and I've made like all these walls. If you look at the what I'm doing.
oh, there's such a thing as promised arrows. Nice. Where's the door?
Working on it. There's a door on the other side though.
Oh my god, are you not gonna?
What?
I hope you're gonna make a floor, right?
Yeah, of course. This is just I first make a roof and then I make a floor because we've learned that.
Yeah, well, we still need to make it make the floor. So.
Yeah, building these stone walls was incredibly quick, and I still have a whole bunch of stone to spare. Like, so it really took almost no stone. So yeah, I do. This game does a fantastic job of like different building materials aren't just like oh yeah, this is just the same material in like a different color. Like no, they actually do like very different things. Like wooden beams like are useful in like a very different way than say like normal wood, and stone is like because of these stone walls like it's very efficient for making like large things like that. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to create like a fucking double ramp going up. Because Also, another one of those little just little excerpts in the life of Kyle is like I really have to like with both Reddit and like YouTube, I have to just make sure to like just like really like not even bother to correct like stupid people. Like make sure that it's just it's like it's something so obvious, right? You know, obviously I've known this for fucking years now, but it's much harder in practice than you might expect to like stop yourself, you know?
I don't comment. I don't put out this shit. You know, like all those like if you participate in our community, it's like I don't. So I can start to anyone I want. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I try not to. I do sometimes, unfortunately. Like I usually post comments, but I try not to like engage with anyone. Like if I can avoid it, because it's just like you're most of the time you're just talking to absolutely stupid people,
Yeah, because smart people don't use Reddit.
pretty much, or like you know
They don't like use the general Reddit.
no, not for like you know not for like a Reddit for like a game or whatever. They're like some there's smart people on like you know the Wall Street Bets, which I was on like for like a long time, but I think it's like Wall Street Bets became like so much more popular than what it was when I joined it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like I think it went from like having like a million people to having 9 million people now.
That is like one of the most insane subreddits, like from perspective. Like it's all because of the media just giving it like.
Yeah, the media gave it like coverage once, and that was sort of the end.
I remember like there was even in the media they were like Redditors are now targeting silver. It's like fucking they go to Wall Street Bets. There's nothing about silver. There's like one thread about like we don't silver doesn't matter, guys. Just you know.
Well, that was like old news as well, because that whole silver thing was like a while ago. The fluctuation, because that was like sort of close to when the oil shale crisis hit or whatever the hell is the increase in value of like just precious metals, and then with that came silver as well.
Yeah.
Which is odd because silver is not rare, if you know what I mean.
No, it's like, and, you know, it's like very like I think it's like 50 compared to like 100 per like ounce if you compare like silver and gold.
Yeah, it's several magnitudes cheaper, and yeah, the fact that the price is going up was concerning for my uncle and all that shit. But you know, it's just one of those things. But yeah, like the fact that it's got like public attention now makes it like a bit less of a useful thing to use, because Wall Street Bets you don't use it for like necessarily advice. It's more like you get the news in Wall Street Bets. You get sort of like it gives you like a mild indication. It's way better than any other like back when I was still very much into investing is it gives you like a far less biased sort of this is the genuine people's reaction sort of thing, because rather than just like all these other sites that sort of provide that sort of like investor information are completely censored and obviously have like there's no like sort of like knowledge of the masses, whereas on at least on that Reddit you would like always be sure to like if something was stupid there at least be at least one person making an argument as to why something's stupid, whereas on the other ones
They did have rules on like Wall Street Bets against like certain like you know we don't invest in like these type of stocks. It's, you know that is market manipulation, but like no one's gonna like fucking we're not gonna like sing Tesla you know with anything we do here.
no, that too, and but the thing is like those other sites they don't really care that they're manipulating, because they are also just doing straight up market manipulation, and they just don't care, if you know what I mean. Like they are just like like all these articles, these are stocks to buy. They are absolutely not the stocks to buy, right? They are like always the stocks that are like going to like you could almost like if you do the reverse of what like all those like blogs said, I think it might actually be good advice. I've never actually gone that sort of route of like just blindly sort of doing actions based on like certain factors. But I'm pretty sure that if you do it on average, you'd come out ahead because like it's always those large media articles are always like hyping up the things that they're trying to dump off, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I remember like the only things I've seen that have been like sort of accurate with that is been airlines.
Like
Because it is just like it's unavoidable.
it's like when I invested into the oil shale industry, right? Weeks after I invested, people were like, "Oh, you gotta invest now." And sure, it spiked for like a period, but then it just like it was very much like a quote unquote dead cat bounce of like spiking because of like you know effectively super overhyped prospects, right? And then it was just dead because then just like one announcement is just like, oh no, no, going into like chapter 14 or whatever, and it's like over.
Yeah. We're going bankrupt. Doesn't matter what the oil price is at this point.
Yeah. And even like my oil residuals that I had got closed because the company couldn't like even after like going into administration they couldn't survive, so they closed. So anyone that bought at that time and held is like fucking retarded, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because nobody came out good.
Well, if you, is this the? Shouldn't you just build a roof? Like like isn't this kind of like waste? Because this will not count as roof.
Yeah, it won't count as a roof, no. But I mean, all right. So this is my plan, right? Like, because I want it so that you can sort of use this as like as just a structure that you can walk on as well.
Yeah.
So I guess what I can do is I can just have that. Let's see. I mean, I guess I can just have it. But...
I don't know. Like I'm actually in favor of making it like a second floor because I think this will be plenty of space. But I just want to make sure
You know, I understand that like it isn't like a thing, but actually, hold on, let me just because I'm also trying to just like because the main point was I wanted to build this so that I could get the cart with all the wood onto the roof so that I don't have to keep going down.
right. Or is that sort of just to be a perimeter?
Oh well, yeah, it will this like I got because I want it to be like a wall that we can go on as well for defenses and shit. So I was just kind of
I think it's sort of like a monastery thing, you know what I mean? Where we have like the inner sanctum.
like a monastery.
You know, like you have like you know how like a monastery has like the inner garden thing?
Yes.
We could sort of make it like that, I guess.
I do actually want to turn this into a structure though, not just like a. I want to put a roof on it if I can help it,
Okay.
because roof provides a lot of benefits, if you know what I mean. But yeah, so this is kind of sort of what I was thinking, right? Because I'm gonna have to do a whole bunch of like structures and stuff, and don't worry about wasting wood. It's gonna like so. We could either have it like this, where you have this outside perimeter, and then you're around here chopping wood, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at where you
So you could either have it
closer.
have like another level, have another level like at this height as well, so that this stays at this current level, and then gets just a roof from here. You know, it gets a roof coming out of the center, if you know what I mean. Because then everything below it will also count as roofed. Because like building the roof is just going to be very involved because of like how much area it's covering. It's going to be a fairly involved process. So.
Yeah, no, I'm all for it. Let's
Okay. Because I'm going to have to put in like because stone pillars are really inefficient. maybe they're very strong, but it's going to be mainly log poles to be support for the center structure. Like unless stone pillars are like insanely supportive, which they might be.
We can like maybe like do the innermost ones as stone pillars. What our needs are.
Yeah. But yeah, first what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish this thing that I was doing, which is just building like a pathway all around, because that's gonna be incredibly useful when building this thing. Because the smaller we make the non-functioning part of this thing, like as in the smaller we make the actual like sort of slope roof, the easier it's gonna be on ours.
I agree.
If I could turn the stone wall sideways, I would. There's like 8 by, because it's mainly the fucking like, the only thing that's super efficient is the 4x2. Everything else is just like very diminishing returns in terms of efficiency, right? Like the stone floor is like fucking 6 for 2x2, which wood is like 2 for 2x2, right? And so.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the warranty is void if I turn this on 90 degrees on its side or something. I don't understand. I should probably sleep. Yeah, and with regards to the door, like the way, because building is so easy in this game. Wherever we want the door, just carve out some rocks and like make it smooth using the other blocks.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to hunt some meat?
Yeah, I put it in one of the pipes for you want some very substances.
Yeah, just
Here you go.
lovely.
Just take that.
Right. Ah, raining. Perfect time for construction. Get off the roof, birds! The fact that birds don't give meat, I find infinitely disappointing.
Skip feathers.
Like, if birds gave meat, I'd actually fucking go out of my way to kill them, but...
Yeah, it's enough feathers for it to be worth it.
Well, I've almost got the outside, the little like rampart thingy on there.
Yep. One thing I fucking hate about Grey Dwarfs is that they run fucking waste. They're like, you take a swing and then they're like right there on your fucking ass, and then you like run away and they're not there anymore.
Oh, goddamn. I guess roofs must be really light, actually. They seemingly can handle far more support.
What is like roots?
Roofs, actually, no, never mind. It just didn't update in time. I was like, man, this thing is like going really far, and then it's just like, no, it just wasn't updating in time. Like the sort of structural integrity of it wasn't updating in time. Yeah, the way I made this thing is it's symmetrical, and it's like I specifically built it in a way where it's built in shapes that are like symmetrically supported, or at least I think that's how I made it. So 1, 2. Oh no, this is 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So I can actually do 3 once every 3. All right, that changes things a little bit. Okay, I think I'll do it once every 2 then. Just to make it symmetrical. Use no one was ever fired over a scandal for putting in too much redundant safety pillars.
It's called the cost overrun then.
Because the interior of this building is 4 meters, 4 meters. Oh, sorry, 4 meters, 4 meters, 4 meters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 5 times 4. So it's 20. It's 20 meters on the inside, if you know what I mean. And I don't know if it's a perfect square actually, but I'm gonna find out, Blarn. Yeah, like building in this game is so fucking satisfying. Like once you're actually good at it as well, like once you sort of know, like, all right, well, if I place things like this, they'll all match up. You know, you're like, you feel really smart.
Yeah, because the game just like allow you start as like, wow, we can like just make things so simple and like it doesn't need to be a grid, and you're like, but then you're like, oh, this game has a grid, it's really nice.
Yeah. You don't need to use the grid, but then when you're doing like large structures, the grid makes it so much easier to like calculate whatever you need. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, no, it's a perfect square, Blarn. It's because I know I made it so that it was like always. It's always segments divided. It was always power of 2 is what I was trying to say. I always made it so that you could always have, an even number of like segments of 4 meters, because obviously I'm building using 4x2, you know,
Yeah.
or 8x2. Sorry, my bad. That's why I love floor planning in this game as well. Is because if I do the floor plan properly, I know that everything else will be perfect as well.
Yeah.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the reason why, because a block in this game, like a normal floor block, is actually 2x2 meters and not 1x1. So that's why it's a bit confusing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because when I count 4 blocks, I'm actually counting 8 meters of distance. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. And sort of also the little tricks where, you know, if you want to build something on a grid, but the grid isn't there yet, you just make sure to build, like, you just build, like, sort of up to it, and then you can, like, build the grid off of that. You can steal the grid off of, like, another structure.
Yeah. Make a reference grid, sort of.
Yeah.
Man, these deer, they keep respawning here, but they don't know I'm fucking always ready to kill them.
Keeping the deer population under control. One of the sort of hilarious parts is you can sort of walk onto the because he's, you know, cut into the mountain somewhat, and that's also why, like, I raised the seed, because I didn't want it to be completely recessed into the mountain, because I thought that would be retarded. But because part of it is you can just walk onto it from, like, our own terrain onto the second floor of this thing, which for accessibility is good. No, it's just a little bit like, you know, if this was real life, you know, it's a little bit like, fucking, sir, he just walked up onto the battlements coming from that side of the wall. Yeah, when you see the progress on this thing, Flarn, I think you'll be pleased. It turned into a thing, didn't it?
Yeah, it always does. And I was like halfway through building a fucking camp, and I was like, no, let's make this easy. But hey.
Lovely.
Oh, I know it began like wanted to get some thistle and wood, I guess.
I mean, yeah. And that's why we have them.
Never have enough of those. Oh, actually, I should dismantle the portal we have in the swamp area.
Sure, yeah.
Have a portal. Well, it could be like a useful portal, because it is like here, so it is like in the middle of the swamp itself.
But yeah, it's more that it's like it's in like a somewhat useful coastline, because it represents the eastmost, southmost portal that we have, if you know what I mean. So, because it isn't made redundant by any other portal, really, if you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the one that's like in the boat as swamp.
Oh, that one you mean? Is there an additional one?
So I have one here that's polar, or
Yeah.
this one is polar too.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Never mind. You were talking about a completely different one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought you meant the one next to the small swamp, if you know what I mean.
well, it's not portal there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have to run from the altar to get there.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely don't be ashamed to use portals.
Only question is, do you want me to help you with this, or like?
You're welcome to. Probably more. I'm probably gonna run out of like logs and wood. But yeah, do you see the way I'm doing the roof? I see you're swimming. You're swimming inside the pool, and note how you can't grab the fish even though they're so close. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I had to raise like half of this land. So.
I got it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you can't be like swimming. You have to be standing.
Ah, okay. So that might actually make it like.
You can't pick up this fish though. Pressing E.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you remember what this place looked like before I started raising it, like the industrialist? Because pretty much where you're standing right now, that was land, obviously. But where this like ladder went down, pretty much from here, this was all water. If you know what I mean.
I see you've done a bit of a racing job.
Uh,
That's why I had to leave the thing. Now getting two together.
But yeah, like I made sure to. The reason why I still haven't had to stop building is because I made sure to like gather a lot of the wood and a lot of the stone that I've been gathering throughout this effectively the whole fucking time we've been playing, and just been like, time to use this shit.
Yeah.
Because yeah, using a hand cart, it really is like, it makes building and gathering wood so much easier.
Did I really stupid
Yeah, I'm officially out of normal wood, by the way.
Really?
Yep.
Do you need some more? I noticed there's some in the chest over here, so grab that.
Yeah. Well, to put it in perspective, I'm gonna need 20 times 20, and then that times 2 in order to complete this. So I'm gonna need 800, and then obviously that times 2 again. So I'm probably gonna need somewhere around the likes of 1600 wood in order to complete the floor and ceiling.
That doesn't sound too much, so.
And that's me like, you know,
Undercutting it.
no, not undercutting it. That's me like not putting in like a whole bunch of other, like, that's me not accounting for support beams and all that other shit, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I like the way I've done the roof here with the with it sort of like it going along the perimeter. Like, note how I didn't make it all go in one direction.
Why aren't you using like why aren't you doing it like we did with the what's it called, like, you know, the frontier base?
I know, because that, like, making a diagonal roof like that would take like so long. Because think about how high it would be, right? With like, because the middle of this place is 10 blocks, and then 10 blocks with a 26-degree angle of like increase. So every fucking 3 or 4 blocks you're raising another level, if you know what I mean. So the center of this place would be so fucking huge, if you know what I mean. Like so I want it to be like a flat roof, you know?
Yeah.
Did you put some wood here? No, oh yes, 1 stack. It's a beginning. But yeah, no, I think it'll look good if I just make it so that it isn't all going in one direction, if you know what I mean. I think it'll look a lot nicer than if I do make it all just go one direction. Because you know how the angle of the ceiling follows like the sort of direction. Like I never like make it so that it's all just like So it doesn't look good, if you know what I mean. I don't know how else to fucking put it.
Would have been very bad if you just did like stacking them side by side all the way across.
Yeah, yeah.
Or stacking them, going for the 26 wedge with some iron piles in the middle.
Well, yeah.
That's the pyramid.
We could do that for like we could have like a little like central keep or whatever and then put that roof on there, if you know what I mean. I just don't want to do that for like the whole thing because then it looks fucking insane because we'll have more roof than we'll have a building. Yeah, I need to like we probably need to just sleep and make a day, and then I'm just gonna go and chop wood as well. Good. Do you have more turnips, Stu? I guess we don't have meat for it, right?
We do have meat for it. Actually, I make some.
Okay, I'm gonna go sleep in game and then take a piss. Cause yeah, and then I'm gonna go set up the portal to the Elder because that's where I get wood in huge quantities, bro. Also, now that I think about it, we probably should do stone support pillars rather than anything else because we're going to use so much wood compared to the stone. We probably should use stone support pillars for the ceiling and like the second floor because we're going to have so much fucking stone relative to wood. Yeah, that. Yeah, and it's so nuts that yeah this chunk, yeah, it's 6 stone. So the walls go up quickly. Is this the Elder portal? No, it's connected to the mine. Yeah, because that's where I was collecting my stone. I do have enough to make like 5 or 6 more portals here, so just get.
What is the floor gonna be made of? Should we like make like a little like finished area, just so we can put down some portals so we don't have to like look at this?
Well, yeah, we can just like chop the portal down and like remove them around, but
Let me just have a meeting here. Hold on.
Go for it. Yeah, because I don't know if you want. It's yeah there. It's because I don't know if you want a stone floor or if you want a wooden floor. Like you can have a little look to see which is okay. Oh, actually, we still have some more wood, but We need way more than that. We need you know, at least 1600.
So is it the stone all 4x2?
Yeah, that one is is it 4 by, yeah, it should be 4x2, yeah. That one is like insanely big. Did you place it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Is this one wall thick? Oh, it looks thicker. Right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like have like this, right?
Yeah, we could have it like that, like the floor be like that. Because that is like 4x1 floor space, right? And that's 6 blocks. And the other one is 2x2, and that's 6 blocks. So it's actually identical. So don't bother with it. Actually, just you know, you can check which one just looks nicer because they're identical cost. Also, oh, could you put down a workbench underneath, could you put down a workbench here? Like just here. Yeah, this one for like the surface area being displayed is identical to this one. So I think that I like to look at the tile better, but that like
me too.
yeah, because my hammer's broken, so that's why I want you to build a thing in the corner there.
Build a what, sorry?
Build a workbench in this corner because this is roofed. Okay.
Yeah, we should make it out of stone. Let's
Yeah. Now here's the thing about what height should the floor be at, because it's very easy to dig but not as easy to raise. So
thinking this height.
not like this height over here. I mean, I guess it gets flooded. Okay, hold on. How about like oh fuck, I don't have the. How about like
There is no compromise solution, I think. Maybe like this.
yeah, I was thinking like that.
Let's do an experiment.
Just because, you know, the material cost of raising the floor versus like lowering the rest, and also the time taken, you know. I don't think it'll flood once this is in there, but because I think that's just a high enough level. It saves a meter according to this. So according to this game, our characters are like 2 meters tall as well, by the way. I mean, it might. Because how tall is the rest of this?
Like this is not even like rough sea at
All right, I mean, sure, yeah. It's just a difference in height elevation. It will mean that we'll have to like raise some terrain here.
As we know, stone is cheap, Kyle.
Sorry, I was trying to fucking mine a rock here. There we go. Yeah, stone is
Cheaper to like stack them
What do you mean? No. If you want to get height, use the 4x2 ones, if you know what I mean. Like if you want to get height using stone, because those are at least too high, you know. But yeah, no, we probably should raise it for like stability purposes and like structural purposes. We should just like raise the terrain. There's like 3 more stacks of stone, I think, over in that direction, like in one of the chests there. Right now I'm just using the leveling tool to like level, bring the height from there to over here. Because you can do it, but it's a little bit fiddly. Okay, I'll go and collect more wood in the meantime. I'll just put some. If you need the cart, it's up on the top floor. There's 3 stacks of stone in here.
I should be good because I made the stone cart to get there.
Fucking need those eyes. Yeah, there is actually still some more wood. There's like quite a bit more wood in the portal room, or in the former portal room.
Very nice.
But we're talking like you know, a measly 300 compared to like the thousands we need. The elder.
Made another cart here.
Or was it called?
Do
Yeah.
you need another cart or no?
No, because the elder where I'm heading to has a cart.
I also got a good pickaxe, you know, the iron one, so that's why I'm like still having quarry stone.
Yeah, I'm going for the wood side of the building cost because I've got an iron axe and I unequipped the wood cutting buff because you know.
To make it a bit more challenging.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was like, man, I don't really have to woodcut that often. You know, tree cutting is fairly quick, and I usually do have to run a lot, very often. But you know, I mean, I guess I might as well use the running buff whilst woodcutting. Dry my tears using the running buff. We should probably also have a portal to the because right now I've created a walkway to the place where there's the where we can reset our buffs, but you know, you could probably get away with putting a portal there too.
Yeah. Especially considering like what do you keep the cost? I think it drops just like require teleport minutes.
Yeah. Another thing we could do is we could always make like the ceiling out of like I don't know, out of stone or out of something, and then just have like the because the thing about like the roof tiles is they just have to be there. They don't necessarily have to be the thing that's exposed to the weather. So you could always cover them with something. I don't know if that necessarily is a good idea, but it is a possibility. Perhaps in the future. Yeah. And 200 rock goes a long way.
I noticed that I'm stopping to like what's it called, like to load on the card quite a lot sooner than with Windows. So.
True. Well, you'd be surprised because my character can only carry like, you know, 2 and a bit stacks of wood. Like especially core wood is heavy.
Hey, Mr. Hugan, look at this bit our base. Sorry, kid, I'll keep you anymore.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oh, you know, one of those games that's like really disappointing. That's sort of in the genre that I like is whatever that guy's name is. Like he made like oh fuck, At the Gates, right? Somebody I forgot his actual name, but the game's called At the Gates.
Yeah.
Like that game was hell disappointing. Like
Wasn't it like the Civ 5 or 4 dudes who made it?
yeah, it was like one of the creators or people that worked on Civ made it, and it's like he just never like updated it like enough after that. If you know what I mean, he considered. I don't think that game still is being updated, but he like updated it for like a very short period after because it was like kind of like a commercial failure.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember it. Like, wasn't he gonna like make that game in Paradise or something like that?
No idea.
No, he worked at Paradise. I remember. So I didn't know who he was, but I met him at the Paradise Con when I was there.
Oh really? Yeah, no, they like
I couldn't tell that he was a developer until like he was like, oh yeah, when I was working on Civ, you know, like casually dropping that every asset.
yeah.
Like he wasn't that like he wasn't that handsome as about it, but like I had no idea who it was.
No.
Once I put that together, I was like, oh, it's a developer. And he's not working on Paradox games. Oh, that's why he doesn't like talk about like E4.4 or whatever. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that game was like that game had some good ideas, but then they just like he just fucking dropped it like super hard.
Yeah, I didn't buy it because I don't know, it's like sort of, I've been playing too many of those games. Like, the only games I'm willing to like buy like day one is like Paradise games or other games that I'm very familiar with the genre.
Yeah, I fucking hate early access, man. I super hate it. The early access is just like here's what really early access means. It's a way for the developer to just get money and then fucking be as slow as they want about releasing content. Slower the better, actually, because they don't have to like fucking bother with like having to like defend the finished product. They just like are like, oh, it's early access. Enough retards will just parrot early access at everything. And that's you just keep your game in fucking early access forever, so that you always have like sort of like this plausible deniability thing going on, you know?
Yeah, and then like, you know, hopefully your game will be like abandoned by the time it actually matters, you know?
Yeah, or like nobody will care anymore, and you'll have made more than enough money with it, and you never had to like actually properly finish your game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, then you just release it in whatever half-finished state you want.
Yep. And you've gotten away with it scot-free.
I think I read like an article, and I think something of like how you should actually do early access
Yeah, because also you shoot yourself in the foot because because here's the thing, I bought this game called Stone Shard because it looked so close to finished, and I played it, and like I played the demo of it, and it was like good, and they have like this fucking roadmap which is the slowest fucking roadmap in the world, where they're like, oh yeah, in a year we'll have character creation. Like, this is a fucking 2D pixel game, Pilar, and character creation is like, you could fucking shit that out in a week if you really wanted to. Like, and that's taking your time. But they're like, no. You see, buy our game now, because it's like, the fucking, like, 2 or 3 hours of, like, gameplay we have are pretty fucking good. And then, we'll, like, release fucking the basic shit that it needs to be, like, replayable over the course of 2 years. And I'm like, fuck my life. Such a fucking scam, like, early access. The way a lot of people use it anyway, like, because at least with 7 Days to Die, like, that guy put it on early access, quote unquote, but he actually, like, consistently works on the game. And sure, no, it went out of early access like a year ago or something. It only took 7 years for it to go out of early access.
Right.
But
Those games, you don't know that it's in early access until you're like,
yeah. I fucking forgot where I put my cart in the thing. I feel stupid now. Because it's like foggy as well. Is it night in the game yet?
it is.
Alright, we should sleep.
Yeah, it just turned night.
Oh my god. I fucking put that portal in reverse. Or backwards, I should say. But yeah, no, that like at the gates game, like it was also one of those games where it was like it had like enough content for like a 1 or 2 or 3 hour game. Because it literally might as well not have had AI. Like AI enemies, I should say. That's another one of those things why like, because we don't know if that guy like works for anyone else, or works for like a studio or whatever now. But that's another one of those things where like, if you see early access and it's published by any other company than the ones making it, fucking immediately abort. Because the publisher will just be like, yeah, no, you've already made like 90% of the money that you're gonna make while releasing it on early access, so fuck you, you're not working on it, you're working on what we want now.
Unless it is like I don't know, like maybe, I don't know, would I trust a Paradox early access,
No.
That's sort of like the hypothetical question.
Imperator was a Paradox early access, it just wasn't called that.
Yeah, they were like, oh, we just released broken finished games, like, everyone's right?
Has no end game, I don't think it was a fucking terrible game, but I don't think it was a good game either, It's their weakest recent game. It's their weakest new engine game. CloudSwitch 2.0 game.
Yeah. Discounting their, previous weakest games, Stellaris.
Yeah, but that wasn't CloudSwitch 2.0. No. That one, I think Stellaris was like 2013, wasn't it? 16. Oh, okay. I still don't think it was the new version because I think the first real game to benefit from that tech was Imperator. And it is Imperator is tech wise just like really really good, but.
I don't know. Oh no, they added CK trains features to Imperator. That's what they did.
Yeah. That and I wouldn't actually consider like Stellaris their worst game.
Probably is still Imperator to be honest.
Yeah. I don't count March of the Eagles either because like if you add that one, that's always going to be at like the bottom of the list, if you know what I mean.
I mean, when Victoria 2 is still like, one of their best games, it's still like something left to be desired.
Yeah. Fucking EU4 used to be their best game. Like right now, it's so fucking bloated. Like I like the HRE update that they did. Like I like the changes to the HRE, making it like more of like a important part of the game.
Yeah.
But like a lot of the other things that they add to that game, I just feel like are just so like they don't really change the way you play the game, and they don't really make it any more interesting either.
Yeah, there's been so many like, now we get like an indie update, now we're gonna make a Middle Eastern update, and it's fucking like how many times have we updated this region of the game?
Yeah.
Like how many fucking more provinces we need to like add to this place before it's like good to go?
Yeah, because yeah, also they're adding provinces. Like I'm sure that excites somebody, but fucking, like you already have so many fucking provinces in the game, right? It's like I think EU4 has like close to 3,000.
Yeah.
Actually, it might have more than that. I'm not 100%, but it has a lot. And it's just like so derpy.
It's kind of like I want to do map changes, but not necessarily adding provinces to like a game like Imperator,
Yeah.
I feel like like especially like just change trade goods, like do stuff like that, like don't be afraid.
Yeah, exactly. The one thing that really needs work in EU4 is like the stagnant fucking trade system in that game.
Yeah.
Like.
Which they're not gonna do because
It'd probably be more work for them, like a lot of work for them to do. Because honestly, the way that trade system works is like, for when the game was released, it's like fine, but when looking at that feature compared to everything else, it's like super stupid.
Oh, it was really good when the game came out. I remember that was like one of the things when I was like, oh, that's like awesome the way they've done the trade network compared to like E3 because it was completely new.
Yeah.
Like the EU3 system is interesting, but like the EU4 system is like very, very good for the gameplay it's created. But now it's sort of like, well, they haven't done anything but like tweak values.
It's too static. Is the main problem with it is because they keep trying to like make the rest of the world viable compared to Europe, and then they don't change like the biggest fucking like bonus that Europe has is that all fucking trade apparently naturally fucking ends in Europe.
Yeah.
Fucking the second that fucking Ming bastard finishes his vase, it's just like slowly magnetized towards Europe.
I think I figured out that you could do like 27 or something like that. It's the maximum amount of like steps you can make something to like go to Europe before it ends up in like English Channel or Geneva.
Jesus.
But if you're in Africa and you want to like, if you conquer Southern Africa, good luck getting that trade out of there, today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dumb because in 3 it's just you can build a trade hub and it just annexes like a part of the region, and that's just like that market. It makes a lot of sense. Like in EU3 has so many things that just make a lot of fucking sense. Like just from like a plain logic perspective, it's really interesting looking at like the design differences. Because EU4 puts in systems that are like completely like batshit crazy in comparison. Whereas in like EU3, it's like the way that the trade system works is you can build like a new like there's a couple at the start of the game, and they cover fairly large regions, but that's not necessarily good because you sort of want to like have like the majority share in your market. So what you do is there's like actually good strategy to it. You make sure that you build like a trade post very much within the center of your territory, and that way you'll always have majority market share, which means that you'll always take the majority of any trade generated in there, which actually like makes realistic like contextual sense of being like, you know, of if you're like the Ottomans or whatever and you have like the trade center in Constantinople, fucking most trade in like the Eastern Mediterranean and oh fuck, what's is it? It's not called the Black Sea, right? It's the whatever sea, Berbers. What is it called? The
north of Constantinople is the Black Sea, yeah.
Black Sea. Okay, it's yeah, like the Black Sea and the like Eastern Mediterranean. You taking the majority of that makes a lot of sense. And then if like Venice or something like muscles their way into it, it's like very intuitive.
Yeah.
Whereas in EU4, it's just like completely fucking ridiculous how it works.
Yeah, like the amount of changes they've made to like Venice and Constantinople, like we could add a trade node, and then we could add another trade node, and then we're just gonna like we all float in Italy, you know, at some point.
Yeah, all they have to do to really, if they want to like make if they don't want to like rework the trade map, all they had to do is make it so that once you acquire like a monopoly on it, you can like I don't know, do something that like rather than just doing like an embargo or something, you can just do something like enact a decision or something to turn your thing into an end node. And then obviously it's based on like certain conditions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Or like make it so that no trade can like give like do like a decision that gives everybody like negative 100% trade steering or something, but at the cost of maybe, I don't know, aggressive expansion or something along those lines, you know? Some sort of cost to it. Fucking just be like a, I don't know, like a Florence or something, and you're just somehow like you're like entitled to 17% of the world's GDP because of the way the trade flows.
So I have a full cart of stone right now, so I'm gonna use that to raise the seafloor.
Nice, yeah.
Or is it better to build?
Raise the seafloor is like raise the seafloor and then like, you know, once you're high enough, build the blocks. Because I think raising the seafloor it's just to prevent foundation problems, really. I don't think one is necessarily that much cheaper than the other.
That's what
I've like so in that time you got a full cart of stone. Well, I've almost got a full cart of wood. If only I had that buff, am I right? So fucking, I feel so fucking stupid because it's like, you know, I like cycled it out because I was like, oh, I'm never gonna fucking use it, and then of course.
raising the stuff. It costs less stone. I thought it would, or something like that.
Yeah, chopping wood is just super stamina draining. And you also have to like do a bit of travel every time, you like clear out an area. Okay, I've got a cart full of like core wood and normal wood. It probably is only like 1,000 normal wood. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's actually even less. Holy shit! It's like about like 500 core wood, 500 normal wood. So still a fair ways off. I'm just gonna go back and collect that actual woodcutting buff, because you know, with my fucking tail between my legs, you know. Yeah, it's lovely. Just gonna quickly, you know, the running buff is great because it'll let you run back to the altar to get a good buff. Yeah, because the floor is like infinitely more expensive than the thing. Because rather than it being like less than 1 stone per like square meter or whatever, it's fucking like 3 stone per.
Yeah.
I just killed a pack of like 6 necks or whatever, so that's something. Only got 2 tails out of those fucking creatures, so I mean that's not something.
They must have produced a tail drop chance or something like that. So I'm getting fucking less than I thought I did previously.
It's possible. Necks are too powerful.
Reduced the neck drop chance because it was too viable for food source.
Also, I literally like went over here and I forgot to put the portal down, but it's fine. It's not that big a run. That and there's mushrooms that grow along the path, so.
Just to entice the youth to get some exercise in.
Yeah. A stag is level 2, huh? Compared to like a female deer. I see what you're saying, fucking sexist game dev. Yeah.
Did you see that shit on Twitch, by the way?
No.
It had like, in honor of women, or sorry, women, X, history month,
I always like the idea of like stuff like X History Month because it implies that like it's separate from normal history.
Yeah.
like yeah, Black history is not part of normal history.
Like there was like a poet that like did like a thingy like a poet at the Biden inauguration, and in Dutch. That's why I'm mentioning it because you're Dutch.
Yeah.
She did like there was like a sorry I didn't mean to say she. The Dutch translator is non-binary. And the publisher was like, no, we're gonna drop you because you're not black. So, in order to translate something, Kyle, you need to use the same phrase as the,
No, yeah.
Yeah, like,
Oh,
you cannot translate
You-
words,
you can't possibly. If you translate, it's automatic whitewashing.
Yeah, exactly. Like baffled because like what was it about apparently? Like unity. That's how you possibly force
Well, no. But yeah, no, like because the black, like anything that has like the prefix black, automatically, you can pretty much bet your ass that they're like racist, but they're racist in the way that they don't consider racism works, which is against white people or people that aren't black. Right. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. There's this whole subset of people, and it's sort of like it's like self-reinforcing because they like you can sort of tell that like that there's some sort of like how should I put it? It's like there's some sort of like weird like mental dissociation or whatever going on with like a lot of just people that subscribe to that because the way that they also like speak in like YouTube comments is like they will say stuff like as a black blah 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 blah, Which who the fuck talks like that, if you know what I mean? As a white Dutch person or as a brown Dutch person, like how the fuck do you start a sentence that way? Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, right. There was like one comment that was like, I think I don't know if he even said that he was a black person or not. I don't actually remember specifically, but it was like, oh yeah, a lot of blacks love Family Guy, TBH, and I think he says like as a black, a lot of blacks love Family Guy. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
If you don't like Family Guy, you're not black.
You only watch the Cleveland show. Shit. Yeah, it's the episode where like, you know, where Peter actually like joins the same like society that because he finds out that his like uncle or whatever is black or whatever the fuck it is. It's like his great. And it's like he, even though he was like, even though he went on this big spiel, like they initially obviously they don't accept him because they're fucking racist as hell. But then after he goes on this spiel, they're like, yeah, okay, fine, you get to be black. We have accepted you as a black. I don't fully understand how the fuck. It's like, you know, when you finish like a university degree, they're like, okay, you get to be white now. Congratulations, like Jamequay, you're finally white. Oh god.
Oh, I got the bone messed up, bitch. Ha. I think we need a bone mass buff right dragon, by the way. It is very powerful.
Yeah, imagine it would be like against anything that does physical. So, but chances are it's gonna be a fucking ice dragon. So it's just gonna fucking fire ice blasts at us.
He's not.
Hmm?
He is like not weak to blood damage, or he's like actually resisting blood damage. He's weak to pierce damage.
Hey, there you go. I mean, it would be fucking weird if everything was weak to blunt damage and nothing resisted it, you know?
But like, I was like, why the fuck is this guy not coming down, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like he has damage numbers like 13 in gray. It's like,
I'm just logging some more.
I'm loving the fact that I've set up some infrastructure at the mine to get the water, because that means like all the rocks there will be quite within reach.
Nice. Yeah, I like how easy it is to just infrastructure something up, like just creating like as well as just like creating like paths for like the cart and all that shit, you know.
Yeah, because the Black Forest is like very much like it's everywhere, but like good infrastructure in the Black Forest, you know, that's a different story.
I wonder if you could actually like do a club for like racial discrimination. I doubt it because it's like a private club, but
Club? Like, what do you mean?
as in like or an organization, like you know the sort of like before like it's something like Black Lives Matter, but before they came up with a stupid name, like you know the Million Man March people, if you know what I mean.
What type of club though? I don't get it.
Just like a like one of those like sort of like Black Power clubs or whatever, as like a non-black person.
Oh, like, well, isn't there one of those, like, the white woman that was, like, she was claiming to be black, you know?
Yeah.
Well, there was, like, a libertarian, by the way, who claimed to be black, which was pretty funny, and then, like, posted a Merry Christmas from, you know, the whatever festival, that was, like, pasty, fat, black, white people.
Yeah. It's just such a surreal, like, honestly, I fucking believe there should be like an embargo for on like American media in Europe because I swear it's like spreading the disease of stupidity.
Yeah, it's like, everything black is good, and like every fucking press photo is like, oh, you know, gotta get the black women to vote because they vote the way we like, because they have like a 95% chance to vote for Trump or Biden, sorry. So it's like, obviously you want to fucking promote them because they're like, I don't know, they're more, they're like 95%. That's like communism tier numbers, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the stupidest part is when it like spreads to like countries like in like the Netherlands, like the amount of like sort of behavior that is like not endemic to Dutch, but it is because like so many people are on the internet, so many people just kind of sort of like assimilate to American weird values, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But you get like you know fucking the problem with like because you know because there's been no like segregation in the Netherlands, right? For like a really long time, right? Like hundreds of years. So like there's no difference in like the voice of like a black person or like a Dutch person. There might be a slight difference, but there's no difference in the way that they speak or whatever. So it's like such a like there is effectively no difference between like a black Dutch person and a normal Dutch person, if you know what I mean. Like no cultural difference, but like still they like sort of treat it as though it's like America.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, the cops are after me, man. Like, no, you're like blasting too loud music at 2 a.m., sir.
I mean, yeah, there's also the fucking people like that, which just like don't understand that if you're just like a fucking nuisance, like there's like 3 or 4 black people in this town or whatever, and I think one of them like is like completely like quiet, like doesn't really like never causes trouble, but there's like 3 or so of them that just like always are always playing music and just getting high or whatever. And I think the one that never does anything bad is directly from Africa, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Like so,
keep his head down. That's
yeah.
what they talk there.
that, you know that he didn't survive all those fucking raids for nothing.
The most interesting African movie is the Central African Republic, because it is so hilariously destitute and like reliant on foreign aid.
That's pretty much all of Africa, even South Africa.
But like seriously, like like any other, like I think it's like 24% of the country's presidents have phones.
Right.
Whereas in the rest of Africa, it's like 80%. You know.
Right.
It is like one of those countries that are like, and it's like, you know, there's a 3-way civil war going on. There's like $600
Right.
And like they're like, that's just the way it is, man. I do like those people who like poke fun at companies and put up the Black Lives Banner on their websites, but because eventually you have to like switch it out for something else, and then like, well, that's the awkward moment. But like, well, I guess Black Lives don't matter after this.
Oh yeah. I mean, just the whole concept of like Black Lives Matter is such a stupid fucking like. It should sort of go without saying. It's like oxygen's important, you know. Like such a dumb fucking slogan to have.
Literally, like all lives matter, you know.
Yeah.
That was like the funny. It is so funny because like it is just like two echo chambers facing each other, you know.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like that's also a nice thing about the old like sort of Seth MacFarlane because like I don't know how I guess he doesn't really work on Family Guy anymore. I don't know how involved he was in season 4, but I imagine quite involved, right? Like because that was like still.
He's still very involved, but I don't think he's like. I don't know. He's so weird, like the way it operates now. I can't really tell.
But any like in like season 3 of Family Guy, season 3 or season 2, just that like episode of like when it goes to like Cleveland's rally, even when they're like it sort of highlights the absurdity of like the asking for like repartitions of like a family, if you know what I mean. Because it's like oh yeah, I got Rice Krispies as repartitions because the family is now poor, yet he's proud of the fact that he got the Rice Krispies, even though it's like such a like fucking who cares, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like
I think the Rice Krispies was like, just to be like, well, what's the cheapest thing we can give you that they can go away?
well no, it's because like they're like he's like oh yeah no the family that like sort of highlighting how fucking stupid asking for repartitions is in the first place. Like the family that he's asking repartitions from is poor, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's like it's such a like yet he still asks and he still received the thing, right? So that just sort of goes to show how fucking stupid he is, if you know what I mean. He didn't at that point he wasn't like, no, keep the Rice Krispies because fucking clearly it doesn't fucking matter anymore, right? You could no longer like, if there was any fucking wealth that you like, gained through this, it's not there, right? But no, he accepted the Rice Krispies.
Hell yeah, it's mine, man.
Yeah.
We was in bondage,
Yeah. Oh man, the best part is like fucking if you're just like if you're not white, like any fucking like argument against you just disintegrates, right? Like because there's no like they've got nothing like they're not exploited by like the vast majority of the world's population, aka Asians, right? Asians never did anything against them, so they can't do any of that bullshit against them. So they just have to like. I mean, yeah. Well, so we're black people.
Nah, man, it's modern day racism.
Yeah.
I think, like the Chinese are the most hilarious example of that. Like, you have concentration camps, but Chinese are real, like, what's it like the victims of racism today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Start a Black Lives Matter branch in China. See how long that lasts. How sympathetic do you think they'd be to the cause?
I think very sympathetic on the surface, and then they find out the cities you don't want to parrot their message, and they want to be like, well, I actually started it here so I can, put some, criticizing you. Guys, they go, oh, immediately arrested and deported.
Yeah. How funny is it gonna be when China finally like takes over whichever fucking African company they've been or country they've been investing the most in, and it actually runs way better? Like how like fucking like both the racists and the non-racists are gonna have a fucking great time. Pretty much trying to like justify either for or against whatever they're thinking there. Yeah. Yeah, because Africa never gets brought up with like with all these like Black Power things, right? They never are like it's never going back to Africa, right? Is never an option. Like taking your American education and actually like making a difference in Africa? No, fucking that's stupid. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, we don't. It was broad and raised here, man. Besides that, we abandoning everyone else, right?
Yeah. Because I mean, it's not like Jews or like Native Americans where they have like arguably like the Jews arguably have one country and Native Americans have zero countries that are like catering to their race or whatever.
Yeah.
Like everything like pretty much everything sub-Saharan Africa is like predominantly black rule, if you know what I mean.
But you did have like Liberians that would just like start like Sierra Leone, and it turned out when you bring black people from America, they become the oppressors,
Yeah.
Because turns out they're not that compatible with African values, as they define them.
Turns out, just like all humans, they oppress the weak. Oh, who would have guessed? Yeah, their civilization was so fucking enlightened before. Yeah, it's like even like fucking like Muhammad Ali was like fucking retarded, and same with like Malcolm X. Like if you actually listen to like their interviews, right? Because I will like go through I will just like watch like Dick Devet interview shows or whatever, and sometimes you'll get like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna talk about boxing, and nope. Muhammad Ali was just like too interested in literally calling the man who invited him onto his show a white devil. So.
No, Muhammad, please don't bring up politics. We know we don't want to like offend the viewers. Actually.
Yeah. God, thanks to the fog, I think I've lost where my card is. Oh, it's over there, I guess.
Are there any big rocks near the other place? Like
Yeah.
gold quarries up there?
Yeah, there's quite a bit. I'm just gonna head to the, you should probably sleep, because, fucking logging at night sucks. Because of the amount of times graylings fucking come to bother you.
Yeah. Are you like you sleeping at the place right?
No, I'm gonna, I've teleported, so I'm getting back to the base. I'm, soon to be in bed, there. Yeah, that's also largely why I like for most part I sort of keep myself insulated from news and like current events because it's all like bullshit propaganda mostly, or it's like lathered in propaganda if the like subject isn't itself propaganda.
Yeah.
And I just like so can't be asked. I'd rather just like play games, improve my programming skills, you know, do stuff that I care about.
Yeah, it's like it's really unfortunate. Like I got myself into real like habit of keeping up now because of the you're like one of your masters like oh let's check what's new, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to have like one foot in like whatever the fuck like current events are, but I rely on other people to tell me what current events are to filter out the garbage for me.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, not that good of a source.
No, not you specifically. And hey, man, I can bet you're probably far more. Even if you were just making shit up, it'd be far more credible than some of the shit that I fucking see on the internet. Oh man, I don't think I've actually seen anything that she's in.
She was in the Grand Tour,
Like, I haven't watched a lot of the Grand Tour. I watched clips of Top Gear and like the Grand Tour, but not like.
season 2 they did a guest interview segment, which everyone loved by the way. That's why they discontinued it next season. Everyone's great
Yeah.
thingy. And yeah, so like she was there as a guest, and I don't remember anything interesting she said. Like I still don't know what she does. She's like
Well,
12, I guess.
yeah. No, because she's part of the Hilton family, and when she was a teenager, I believe she used the wealth that because the Hiltons is like a chain of hotels, so she used the wealth of her parents to make herself into a pop star for like a very short period.
Yeah.
And that's about it. That's about all I know about her.
I can prepare my pickaxe here. It's like
But yeah, even like local politics, I just have to like, because I don't know if I even bother to vote, but I might do because might as well like fucking exercise my right to vote. And I just have to fucking Wikipedia whatever party is the best because fucking I can't trust any of their fucking news sources, if you know what I mean.
PVV, come on.
They're the they might actually not be that bad because they're just a Labour Party, if you know what I mean.
I'm thinking the one that's led by Get Builders.
Oh, the Freedom Party.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Not even for a joke.
I was quite surprised to learn that, like, because apparently, like, the Dutch party's organization system is very similar to Norwegian.
Mm.
And he is the only member of his party.
Yeah.
The only official member, which is, like, kind of insane. Like, that anyone would, like, allow that to happen. But, you know.
Yeah, I think there's some downsides to him being like if because he's the own party of his thing. I don't know if he can ever be. There was something about I don't think he can ever like be elected to lead or do anything along those lines. I'm not 100% sure though. There was some negative side to him only having him as a party member.
I remember, like, from what I read, like, you get party support depending on memberships. So, like, since he was only one member, he doesn't get any money for the amount of members in his party.
Right.
That's probably it. But maybe something else as well.
But yeah, he's like hella. Oh god, sorry. I fucking that tree fell right on top of you. But he's like yeah, his party is like super xenophobic and all that sort of shit. So and racist. So it's like
And popular.
and it's like disappointingly popular. And it is just really sad to see how like these effectively reactionaries are like gaining ground, and it's mainly because the people that vote for the reactionaries weren't alive pre-European Union, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So they weren't alive to see the borders, right? Like my parents were still alive to see borders, like the hard borders at like Germany and Belgium, and they were just like madness, if you know what I mean.
It's so small. Yeah, like,
Okay, and he pretty much. I'll just go for whatever fucking party is like the most pro-European Union because like any like those are the only ones that I don't like that will most likely not fucking go full retard
yeah.
and try and do something stupid like secession because I can tell you right now the second the Netherlands starts becoming a contender for like secession from EU, I am leaving.
You don't want to live in glorious Brexit.
Yeah, I don't want to live in like the country that isn't trade based and entire economy is based on like the harbor that imports goods into Europe is gonna no longer be part of Europe or no longer be part of the EU.
I think actually, frankly, there's no like, let's get out of the EU parties in the Netherlands.
No, but they're like divided into pro-European and European Eurosceptic, if you know what I mean. The Eurosceptics they want more autonomy,
Yeah.
and the pro-European people want better integration. Yeah, it's one of the sad things because living in the Netherlands, if you live in the Netherlands and you live in like a small town like me, you have like a fantastic like it's like a fantastic country. But once you start like in the cities, it's like a little bit more like a fucking mixed bag. But like the average fucking if you consider like the average politics at face value, you're like, man, this country's filled with retards.
These people don't know how good they have it.
Like fucking if you ask people where Australia is, they point to Austria, you know.
Remember all the stupid people you went to school with? Yeah, they're
Yeah, unfortunately. And sometimes they're like, they're competent, but then they're like politically retarded, right? Or like they're just completely like historically retarded, or like whatever, right? Like I'm fairly sure there was like one fucking dude that was like he said he was half Russian or whatever, which even though he was like from all I can tell you, this like the most pasty white Dutchman you could ever fucking. If he was Russian, then any fucking he was not one of the people that like helped contribute to the patriotic war. I can tell you that. And he was like under the impression that Russia has always been on the defensive, which is like a hilarious concept if you even just look at a map, if you know what I mean, once, and you're like, man, they really defended their way into like a global empire then. Didn't they? Man, Jesus Christ, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, such defensive posture.
Yeah. Alright, so you have geniuses like that, like running around. It's one of those things where it's like, the viability of just like because at least with like I feel like maybe I'm just like overestimating China's like sort of competence, but the fact that they have like their population at least seemingly like suppressed, right? Like I could sort of understand like if you even have like two brain cells to rub together that and you have like a sort of like autocratic state, you're just like, I'm not letting these fucking idiots like I'm not giving these idiots the fucking chance,
Yeah. Which is a bit of a shame because like China is definitely not a country I want to live in. But
No.
like freedom in China is basically like, oh, the government hasn't gotten around to you yet, so
They've bigger fish to fry for now.
don't get in their way though.
No. If you're really nice, the Chinese secret police will give you a 5-meter head start. Gotta go repair my axe. Actually, there's a forge in this base, isn't there? I think there is.
Yeah, where I'm standing.
Oh, I'm already like on my way to that point. Not my troll. Let's see if I can. This is a troll that actually has a tree branch, so let's see if I can use him to chop down this tree. Hey, my woodcutting friend over here.
Nice.
Well, because it takes him only like one swing or two swings to knock down a tree, so. All I have to do is make sure to not like get myself stuck in a wall, and then I'm good. Hey, more trees. I don't know if you can like see in the distance my efforts here. Oh god, he actually hit me.
No, it's too far.
Oh, some thistle. Yoink. Yeah, because he can be fairly predictably and easily avoided, if you know what I mean. So.
Oh yeah, like even if you like make him swing, you can be like, alright, just step it back now, but you take your coordinated attack.
Yeah, because they don't always have the log in their hand.
And sometimes they throw rocks, sometimes they like pick up the thing, and
Yeah.
sometimes they like,
Because once they have the log, they're actually like they deal more damage, I believe, but they like they obviously stop throwing stuff, so they're actually less. They're more easily kited,
yeah.
and can be more easily used to lumberjack on my behalf. So he's having a bit of a hard time with this stream of water here. I do gotta be careful not to be fucking murdered by the logs that he does chop down, though. That is something to take into consideration. Because he does like 200 fucking damage to a tree. Oh. Oh, he's stuck on that little small one, right? Don't necessarily think this is that much faster than me chopping them down myself. But it's definitely amusing. Hey, there you go, you just knocked down 3 at once. Come on, buddy.
Come on, Saul, you can do this.
Saving right as I was like jumping was like a little bit. Oh god. Yeah, fortunately I have like like even if I fuck it up, I've got like multiple attempts because he doesn't deal that much damage, all things considered. Let's run him into those trees. Lovely. Please, sir, may I have another? Lovely. Oh god. Yeah, this is actually pretty fun. It's not that effective, but it's pretty fun.
Another element to this game's funness, you know?
But, hey man, teaching a troll the benefits of logging.
See, if you chop down trees, you can make, you know.
You can create rather than destroy. Come on, buddy. This one in particular. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh no, walking away. Don't you walk away from me. Oh, he's attacking a deer. Alright, well, fuck. That's maybe a little fucking great work. Alright. Sometimes he like turns a little bit erratically. So sometimes he'll like miss the tree that I'm wanting him to aim for. Ouch.
Man, this place has so much tin.
Yeah, it really does. It's a shame it's really copper that we need, you know?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've gotten him to cut down like 30, 40 trees or something. He's actually really effective.
I would imagine like for me like the hardest part when I was like messing around with the troll was actually getting him to like hit me, like this
Oh, God.
around so much.
Yeah, no, right now he's pretty focused. I hope he didn't like destroy the cart because I did accidentally. No, he didn't. Okay, he just damaged it because I did accidentally walk near the cart. The biggest problem is me like accidentally walking near something that I don't want him to destroy. But yeah, I think I've had like oh God, he's actually like really got a lot of health. Yeah, we can probably he's done his work. We can probably euthanize him or
Yeah, so yeah, he's like he has a really good attack animation. For
yeah, exactly. Like if you
I had an arrow.
if you want to see him in like unfortunately there's not that many big trees here, but if you just like you just have all you have to do is just like stand next to a tree, and then you can just usually always leisurely avoid whatever he's doing. And even if you don't avoid it, you can take more than one hit. So.
Yeah, I can see that now.
That move is the best. He doesn't always do it though, unfortunately. See? And then you can also goad him into like really finishing this log off for you, you know? But sometimes he like misadjusts his aim, so like yeah, you gotta be careful when I'm also baiting him. Yeah, because sometimes he does that, you know, where he like attacks completely the wrong angle, which is a bit of a thing. And he's also been destroying these rocks, which is pretty cool.
He's into like quarry.
Yeah, I think for that he is like a bit too retarded, because you know, at least with trees you can sometimes get him to have like 4 in 1, and then it's like sort of worth it, but with rocks I don't think there's that many opportunities for him to get like a multi-kill. And yeah, you should I haven't been chopping any trees down. You should see his fucking handiwork. Yeah, though I do kind of want to fucking kill him though. Oh, he's on the side of the Greylings. He doesn't even like. You can't even kill him. I just have no fucking stamina. I need to like rest. this game is a bit fucking anal about stamina, which I don't like. Okay, I'm just gonna.
It's like the main mechanic for. Oh man, I don't know.
I'm just gonna. I just teleported out of there because I like have so little fucking stamina. Hopefully he's not gonna attack the base. I really hope that, but.
I'm still here.
Okay. I guess I need to like rest-memorize. I'm gonna go take a piss as well. Because I have like so little stamina, they can't even fucking kill him in time. You know, he takes too much stamina to fire at him. Sure. Also bought a kettle so I can make more tea now. Because previously I had to like cook it in a pan.
Yeah, I had to do that for a while. We need to set up like a fish farm somehow. That'd be great.
I mean, it's.
Oh,
It,
yeah, be careful, by the way. Like,
oh, is it? Is he like right there?
yeah.
Okay. Running away. Okay, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know what the fuck. He's like just hitting some walls, I guess. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, I failed there. I got 8. I was at 8 HP when I died, or when I left.
He's careful. He's come back.
Destroy the portal, Mr. Troll. Yeah, I wish I had some arrows. Oh, I wish. Fuck off.
Well, I'll try and like get his draw his aggro.
This is like the most annoying part of the fight trolls. If I'm they're actually fire.
He's just so interested in you and not me. Holy fuck. There you go, I got him.
I should not. I forgot. I need to like not use the pick.
There we go.
There you go. Fucking hell.
I mean, he contributed quite a bit to like the logging. Hopefully, he didn't destroy the cart. I think he just destroyed like a useless section of wall, but yeah, look at all these fucking trees that he knocked down.
That's a bit funny. Hold on, I'm gonna get some arrows.
Time to fucking find wherever the hell the cart ended up. Yeah, jeez. I mean, fog looks nice, but I really don't like it when this game has fog. Because I just fucking can't see shit anymore. I know I left the cart somewhere around here. Oh. Maybe the cart died?
It can't be.
Oh, it would suck if the cart got murdered.
No, if like iron had been as hard to like get as tin in this game, I would have been very happy.
Oh yeah.
Definitely the iron upgrades. They are so expensive that it might as well, you know.
Yeah, because it's like, even though there's two of us, right? So technically it could require twice as much resources to like equip us both, but it's just, there just isn't that much iron in the game, if you know what I mean, or at least it seems like there just isn't. So imagine if you had 3 people, right? Like, you'd be like, so it would be so fucking impossible to like get enough iron for everybody, or maybe you just have to like, yeah,
Like iron armor and fucking shit, like just forget about it, you know.
yeah. 'Cause, I mean, even if you just have everybody dedicated looking for iron, and we know how fucking much of a pain in the ass that is, like, you just wouldn't be able to. So I don't know how many people the CA server has, but
Well, it's not like really like the CA server, but it's like one guy in CA. So
Right.
It's like a thing with his friends. So like what we're doing with like if we had Rusty and someone in here.
right.
Like he's just like a guy who is like, you know, he has a dedicated server and he's gonna like put every game on it, you know.
Right. Can't find my fucking cart. Tragedy of the century over here.
Did it have a lot of stuff on it, or
Not in particular, but oh no, it definitely died because I got the bronze nails in my inventory. Because I was looking on the map for like where the bronze nails would be, right? Because I was like, well, if it's dead, then I know I should be getting some bronze nails, and I did. So yeah, it definitely died. That's fine. That's good. I found the bronze nails. Yeah, but even copper is like, 'cause it would even be unfeasible for us to get like bronze armor, because unless we find like large amounts of copper.
yeah, like one deposit gives you like about say 90, something like that.
What, copper?
Yeah, maybe a bit more. I don't know. Like it's a bit hard to say. You have to like copper goes so deep in the ground as well.
It feels less. It feels like you get less because I mean, you might be probably right. I mean, but it feels like you get like 60 or something, like a fairy, and then you have to also account for the fact that it takes like 2 for every bronze. So
Yeah, and all the wood you need as well.
yeah. So I mean, we've got a lot of coal in the backlog right now.
No, not anymore.
No, did you use it all?
Yeah. Well,
Because I think if you want coal, you should just like farm those animals or like those fucking creatures. Because I think they're you're actually gonna probably get it faster than you are by just the burning wood.
Well, the problem is they don't spawn fast enough, so they're nice to build. You can like combine them.
Unfortunate.
And also, like, you would involve going to the swamp, you know, our favorite area.
Yeah. I'd fucking kill for this game to have like, oh, just have a poison resistance necklace or whatever, you know. Just like take a silver necklace and put the potion on it. There you go, bam.
I mean, the swamp is like the sewer level of, you know,
The world.
yeah.
I think we're about halfway to, or I think we're halfway / close to what we need to like finish the building.
I don't have much more stone in it. I'm about halfway with the stone.
Like maybe in hindsight, going to the birch forest might have been better, but because like sure, core wood is very useful, but I seem to be getting about half and half, right? And you know, you could technically make the floor out of core wood. It's not even that expensive, you know, because it's like how much is it for like one of those long beams? Yeah, it's only 2 core wood for like a 4-meter pole, which means that equates to 1 2x2 because it's a 1x4, if you know what I mean. So it's like you know, exact same cost as normal wood, but instead using core wood to make like a roof. So maybe make the ceiling out of that. I don't know. Make the ceiling out of wooden beams because you know, if we're getting these 3 resources, might as well use all 3 rather than like have an over reliance on one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, hopefully it'll be useful for Mark to
You make the big boat out of it. Yeah, but the fact that it doesn't lead to any building materials is odd, isn't it?
be glad, because that means we don't have to like farm this all. But the game does seem to like give us, you know, like it has a reward in the dungeon. That's if I feel like it's like a sarcastic reward. Like,
Hey man, all these fucking chests that are like scattered in like these stone buildings are fucking sarcastic rewards, like 2 feathers and like an amber. Couldn't have been like if they just made it like a little bit of iron or a little bit of copper, that would have just made it so much nicer, you know. But who knows? Maybe once the fucking merchant unlocks, you know, and you know,
Hugo's like not fair store or whatever.
yeah. Once we sail a little bit further, we'll eventually reach Constantinople, and that's where our valuables will come in useful.
Maybe the tree is a merchant, you know, just getting a $5 query, sticks that up.
Yeah, like in order to, it's really like the guy is just like, this is like just a blog post, like a really unique and interesting mechanic. You have to, in order to trade, you have to actually build up to the tree in the sky. Really unique.
There's a unique variable for that, so good luck.
Yeah.
No one has found it so far.
In order to build up to the tree, you have to harpoon the tree first in the sky, and then you just like suspend yourself. Yeah.
Don't do it too hard, otherwise you game over yourself.
Yeah, the tree crashes into your world and you lose, and the save corrupts.
Yeah, like imagine being able to game developers like, yeah, I put in like a save corruption feature because I feel like the player wants to like have some if they're doing too bad, you just want to like quit it for them.
I mean, there is ways like because I see all these people doing like Iron Man, but they still like the game developers still like put Iron Man's just in normal save files. Me as a developer, I have so many ways I could store an Iron Man save in a way that you'd never find it. Like you'd never be able to like fucking, and if you do find it, you'd never be able to piece it together. If you know what I mean. Because all I have to do is just like encrypt it in a way that you can't decrypt it, and then there you go, you're fucked. Like you can like or make it in like a multi-part thing that's just like posted somewhere. Like you would not be able to like falsify an Iron Man.
I imagine the reason why is because they don't want like web reports to not be used.
Well, yeah, that and it also doesn't matter, right? It's like it's not like there's any like competitive fucking EU4 that I'm aware of that like is super reliant on having an infallible Iron Man save.
So you gotta post your Victoria 2 Iron Man save for verification.
Yeah, because the downside is it's like it's just like not really like having an uncorruptible Iron Man thing. Is definitely very possible, but is it worth it as a game developer to go out of your way to do it? Probably not really.
Yeah. Like we have like some new logging tools for our company. Like, do you know Datadog?
No, I don't think so. At least.
It's like it's like a logging thingy. Like, but it had like all the user front end, or sorry, I think it's server. It must be server side, like HTTP requests and so on, and then show all the script errors, and it was like so many of them. And I just imagine like we as like a professional website, like we have this much shit going wrong. Like, come on, like a game developer, like all the stuff wrong there.
Well, it's also like degrees of competence and like a lot of these because I would like in the past before the Great Plague times I would attend these conventions, right, of programmers, and a lot of these fucking programmers, quotation marks, they might be half decent, but they have an over reliance on gimmicky tools, and these are gimmicky tools developed by other programmers, right, which builds in dependencies where there is no need for any dependencies. So these people are just like so derpy that they are like, oh yeah, no. But have you tried working in this framework that's built on PHP? And I'm like, why don't you just use PHP yourself? Well, you see here, it's like this is like sort of like using PHP directly, but you see it has all these like features that you might not necessarily want, but it adds all this bloat to your file to your thing, and it's like,
It's
yeah.
not bloat because it only decreases it by like 2%. That's not noticeable for most of the users. It's like, yeah, but if you have like 10 of those,
And imagine if it updates and it fails because it's like you've effectively made yourself dependent on like a third party developing adequate code. Like it's I use dependencies only like because they're time efficient. Two, sometimes something is so specific, like say PDF generation, that I don't want to fucking have to write my own PDF generator. Like I will just use a library for it, and then there you go, boom. Like somebody already wrote it in PHP, I can fucking piggyback off their thing. That's fine, but like having a whole like, oh yes, no, we've like this is incredibly common in like JavaScript, like where they're like, oh yes, we wrote a whole thing in Angular, and it's like, why? Well, because Angular like lets you build into an app more easily or whatever. I think there is like some legitimate reasons for using stuff like Angular or whatever, but it's such a like, if you don't have to, you shouldn't, and that's something that a lot of these programmers that are like not very good don't realize. Because I honestly believe that game developers that are good at actually developing games are probably the most skilled programmers out there. Like everyone else just has far less technical competence.
Yeah, because they'll actually use their own product most likely, and like developers.
Not even that. It's just because if you're like an efficient game programmer, you face problems that other developers don't have. Because efficiency is almost never a priority for any web developer or anything like that. Because client side resources are effectively counted as infinite. Because like most of the time you're never going to be able to tax their system enough. But if you're like a programmer and you're like, well, I want to be able to have like 1,000 entities or like 2,000 entities or 3,000 entities, then suddenly it's different. But when you're just making like a fucking program, like there's very little things that you could do to actually fucking tax the user or the server, if you know what I mean. The only way you could tax the server is by like inefficient like queries and inefficient backend processes, and that's entirely within your hands, if you know what I mean. So it's just it has a multitude of reasons, like but the main one is it's just easier to make anything that isn't a game. Or yeah, using like a CMS that isn't like WordPress as well. Like the only reason I know how to use WordPress is because it's so ubiquitous, and because it like because has such wide-ranging support. It's actually like worth learning stuff about, and you can insert your own PHP code, right? So you could always like you could literally modify WordPress to do whatever the hell you wanted to do. Short of some really like core WordPress thingies, but anyone that uses anything that isn't like the industry standard is like absolutely just fucking like they are doing it for their own like stupid reasons and not because it's a good idea. It's like I'm using this CMS. Why? Fuck it. I saw it on Reddit. I know the guy. Oh, no, I like the guy that makes this CMS is a friend of a friend. Yeah. That's like that is the perfect reason. The ultimate one. He has 10,000 Reddit karma. Oh, okay. Sorry, I only have 1,000 red karma. I've only been really using Reddit for like a year. Like, I would read it, but I would almost never make posts. I have like at least like 4 posts or something, 4 or 5 posts. Most of them Victoria 2. Oh yeah, well yeah, 5 years ago I wasn't really using Reddit. Like I've only really been using Reddit like fairly recently, so because, and it's mainly because if I like do like a paradox thing, I'll just like make a post about it and answer some questions and be like, hey, look, I did a thing. Also just to like sort of timestamp when I did something as well, so that I can look at it myself and be like, when did I do this campaign? Like, what fucking patch was this?
Yeah, it's pretty nice being able to be like, oh, when was this operation? It's like, oh,
Same reason why I really like YouTube streaming. Victoria 2 sort of revitalized that game a little bit for me, because when I stream it, like, from like start to finish, I know I can never cheat or like save scum. Yeah. And I used to not necessarily. I used to not really cheat in Victoria 2, like console command, except for when I'm like just purely testing something. But I would definitely save scum in Victoria 2 in the past, because I'd just be like, well, You know, fucking day one, this guy gets caught fabricating a claim, putting me over infamy. I'm like, how about you try that again?
Yeah, now you have to be like, well, I'm not gonna fabricate
Yeah.
it. It's, you know, it's gonna
Yeah, if it's too much of a risk. Or you know, if I do fuck it up, I have to start the campaign from the beginning, which leads to some more interesting challenges. I get to see like a lot of potential game starts, which is interesting because you might not realize it, but there's quite a few scenarios that sort of like change the course of the game quite a bit. Like, you know, who the UK decides to ally, if any, of the great powers, and who Russia decides to ally, or if they remain like a completely isolationist. Oh, I have like some raw meat. Should I? Yeah, turnip stew is really good. All right, I'll make some more turnip stew. Where the fuck did I put my? Oh, there it is. Best part about turnip stew, I can't turn it into charcoal, baby.
yeah. I need more stuff that is like turnip stew, honestly.
I mean the serpent stew, but oh no, you need to actually cook it first, don't you?
Yeah, but and this gives you serpent stew.
Yeah. That time we went out hunting for the serpent, but instead found progress.
Nothing like, you know, you just want to like the little extension to the portal and end up building the pyramids, you know?
Well, yeah. But I just don't want the fucking portal room to be like you walk in the portal room and then just everything just fucking lights up, you know. I want it so that you actually have some room. That, you know, I wanted to build like an actual big structure out of stone. So, and seeing as how stone is actually like a much more efficient resource, at least with regards to like the wall, it's pretty good.
I think the main problem with stone is the fact that you cannot like nerd pull with it, you know what I mean?
No, the stone is like, no, fuck you. Like, this is not on the ground, then you're fucking dead. Okay, so that's
Fish tacos in this game, it just feels like a game where you can do something like that.
fish taco, the fucking food for the Nords, you know.
I never had fish tacos, by the way.
I don't think I've had either. I mean, it's about as interesting as the usual shit that I say. So, yeah, no, don't really like fish that much. Don't dislike it either. But especially seeing as how I watched that documentary about like the how easily like the quality of fish, like, or at least the quality of like farmed fish, like goes down. I'm like also not necessarily in a rush to get it because it's not exactly healthy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. My mother doesn't agree and serves me fish regularly.
Yeah, from your mother knows the lady that ran that corrupt thing personally, or she's a friend of a friend or whatever.
I mean, well, yeah. Well, actually, she's part of the PR department, you know. And I've been saying some bad things.
Is she actually aware of it now, or is she still like living in bliss as she eats the fish that has like that has been like, you know, cancerified or whatever?
I'm I think literally the way to fish is just
And then just grab the fish with your hands.
Yeah.
I've just been like organizing the I've been organizing mainly in order so that I can take inventory of like the amount of building materials we have. And it's just one. At the moment, we probably have like I'm just gonna take a little bit more wood to it, but I think we actually have enough for completing the building.
Nice. Yeah, and obviously, like, some of these chests are also, like, 10 wood each, which does add up.
Definitely. Yeah, but I figured I'd organize them so that I could take inventory of our resources, Because it's much easier counting a chest than just knowing that has 600 of whatever the fuck in it than it is to like try and count them all out. And I'm bringing another load of like a couple of hundred wood back. Also, one of those things where I figured it's like no point, like still have like a couple of hundred core wood in the Elder thing as well, but it's no point taking it over here because we still have like hundreds of unused core wood here.
Yeah.
No point in like confusing our inventories. What I'm actually gonna do just as a preemptive, I'm gonna preemptive strike this fucking problem that I foresee. If I was making this game, though, I'd definitely have put in like a bigger floor and a bigger like, I'd have put in like a bigger version of everything, so just so that you would once again not have to place like 1,000 like little things.
Yeah, it's like so many things.
Because if they just implemented a fucking a 4x4 floor, a floor that's like 4x4 meters, it literally saves us like it saves us 4 times the work, if you know what I mean, or like 2 times the work, I guess.
Also, the fact you have to like each press E on every time you would like load something into the furnace as well.
Oh yeah, though I think if you hold it down, doesn't it like go rapidly, or am I just making that up?
You're making that up.
All right.
Although it does like holding a heap does work for like agriculture, so.
Oh, did you decide that you were fed up from moving the stone cutter and just put one in every corner?
Yep.
Fair enough.
It's not that expensive, and you get
Exactly. And making an axe is, of course, 400 million iron. Because, you know, the logic. Just gonna put these rocks in this chest over here as I take the wood. God, I've run out of like fucking food sources. What a world. You're welcome to do it. I think it's definitely doable. Like, seeing as how even without necessarily trying, like the fish sort of like beach themselves. And like, if you can just like harvest them while standing on land, then all you have to do is just make like little bits of like shallow islands. Imagine eating like a tub of jam as like this guy. Like, fuck. Instant diabetes. He fucking puts away like what looks like a whole pot of it, you know?
The guy's hungry.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, there's such a thing called ironwood, by the way.
Yeah. How long is it?
Iron is a forge. Not very.
Yeah, then you might be better off doing stone. Because unfortunately,
I did it cost 1 iron for, let's see, I think this is like 2 blocks, yeah.
oh, okay. Then yeah, that's definitely not good.
It's definitely something you don't have wasted, for sure.
Because, you know, we have iron to burn, definitely.
But we do have iron to burn, but not like that.
Not quite to that extent. Yeah, taking the roofing cart onto the...
You're very teasing to my screen, by the way, which is kind of funny.
Okay. I mean, I think it has to account for the fact that the cart, like, because in the game, like, the cart is, like, keeping me, like, in place, if you know what I mean, but I don't think on the server it's necessarily represented too well.
A lot of wood here.
Yeah, we should have enough. Like, I took inventory of it, if you know what I mean. And it was definitely a little bit above 1600, which is what I estimated it would cost. Actually, how do you think? I think this actually looks better if you look at what I'm doing right now.
Not there currently. Hold on. Show me.
It's over here. Like, for like, because considering how this is just going to be the battlement, so to speak, like having the roof like that probably makes more sense.
And then going up at another angle on the inside.
Then we can do something like it's more like this versus doing it like that. If you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely like this style.
And then what we do for the inside is we have to like do something. I would rather prefer the inside to be flat-ish as well, because obviously if you're going up 26 degrees everything, that's gonna be a big ceiling.
Like 4 squares or something like that. I don't know how big that would be.
4 squares? What do you mean?
You know, like you have like 4 squares of the like roof going up towards each other.
Right, yeah, because that 4 would be like 1 meter high, roughly. Because it's 26 degrees, and then it's traveling 1 meter, right? So that would mean that it's going 26 in the air, right? Am I crazy? Am I retarded? Like, I don't know how math works.
I don't know, like I think doesn't it like 26 go like 1 up each time?
No, right? It's like every 4 goes up 1 each time, right?
Wait, okay, just so we're clear, like 1 block is 1 like wooden, like wooden wall is 1, right?
No, it's 2. Like a full square, right? That you like, for example, a floor tile that you've made is 2 by 2.
Right, okay, so right, so the short wood wall half is 1, right? In height?
Yes.
So 26 goes up by 1 every time.
Okay.
Actually, like triple check that. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so if we do 4, then it would mean to go up by when it goes up by 4, which would be 2 blocks from like our logic. So that's not too bad now, because I just don't want the ceiling to be too high, because then you get like it becomes a real pain in the ass to build.
Yeah, no, I get that. And also we could also like put in a little bit of a cooking place and so on. Because Paris chief, like our old space is getting a bit cramped,
Yeah.
So you might as well move everything over where you're at.
Yeah, definitely. I was definitely thinking about putting like the sleeping places in like the new place, just so that you could go through the teleporter and then like be fairly close to like a bed, or even I was even like thinking about turning the former portal room into like a tunnel, so that effectively we Siamese twin these buildings together.
And we just turn the old portal room into like a storage room for something.
No, yeah, definitely. Hey, I dismantled it. Yeah,
Make it a museum.
museum. Yeah, that we definitely could. I mean, it would be a small museum, unfortunately, but I dismantled it. But I sort of needed to dismantle it because otherwise I couldn't survey the area. That's the official reasoning as to why the museum has been bombed.
Alright. Okay, so I was like wondering why you did the roof on it.
Yeah, I removed the roof and the walls because I thought I was going to build out from there, but then I realized that I didn't have enough space to either side to actually do that without like destroying the walkway and destroying your farm. So then I like, so then I was like,
It's not an issue, but I mean, I appreciate the way you've just done it now, so.
yeah. I only killed 4 turnips, I believe. That's the highest death toll so far. Yeah, because I wasn't like, oh yeah, this land that Polarn's flattened will do just like kills all the turnips.
I mean, the harvesting of turnips is very hard. I believe you can do it too. You have the power.
I mean, they do say that. Nah, it was more like I didn't want to remove the farmland, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, it's like, and besides, it wouldn't be very rectangular, so.
Yeah. It takes a bit to like build a flatland in this. Not a huge amount, but definitely not an insignificant amount either. Yeah, that worked. Yeah, the best part with the 26 degrees roof is that it actually has a corner as well.
The other one does as well. They're equivalent. There's
Uh,
different places in the build menu, I'm pretty sure.
really, the one that I was doing previously had a corner as well.
No, 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 no. No.
Yeah, yeah, no, I know the 45 and the 26 both have a thing. Beautiful weather inside the game.
That's right.
I've also been watching not necessarily a lot, but like quite a bit of like farming, just people farming, which that really just seems like a, look, you know, instead of kids, I have a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine, but it's one of those things where it's like, at some point people just kind of want to like just take care of stuff,
Oh man, there's some bigger fish in the ocean. There must be some fishing. Like, this is not fishing. Come on, game.
Yeah, I mean, like they go through the trouble of having quite nice fish models, right? Because they look pretty good. Um, and then not having like a fishing rod. Like I don't know, maybe there's some fucking creature over that like drops hair that can be turned into rope, and we just haven't fucking found him or something.
Yeah. There's a big ass motherfucker here.
Yeah, you see, and like for like the last boss, you go underwater.
Can he swim down in this game too? It's like a thing.
I don't think so. I haven't tried though, in fairness. So been too busy fucking dying when swimming. Also, like, there was also this YouTuber that's like related to not related, but like he's in association with like the Internet Historian, and he bought like a sterile field for like just the meme of doing a video about trying to plant radishes in that field, if you know what I mean. Like he effectively bought like a piece of land in America that's just sand, right? Like it's effectively just like arid. You probably couldn't cultivate anything in it without like having to terraform it or whatever.
Yeah.
So there is that as well.
Like my family calls the place that my dad has in Sweden a farm, but like there has never been a farm there. You know, like it was like an extension of another farm for some years, and that's about it. Like that's how it was like a farm. But like the original purpose of the house there was always to be like a place. Well, I got one fish, Kyle. You know, I'm just gonna say that I got one fish fishing the way I think the game wants you to fish.
That's not very good. I got more fishes during the construction of this building. Oh fuck! I fell into the water and almost died. Holy shit! I haven't been eating. Come on, you know you want to like get up there. There. Get that. Okay. I figured I did the outer layer with all the corners of the thing at least. But yeah, it's still to be sort of determined like what we're gonna do with the inside of this of the inside of the like you know how I've built like these roof battlements now, if you know what I mean.
Well, it needs to be subdivided into like sections, and those sections be made into roofs.
Oh yeah, well yeah, but like how is this fucking, am I going crazy? That's 26 degrees, alright. Swear to God, if you look at like a 26-degree angle from like a 45-degree angle yourself, you're just like gonna go crazy at some point, like thinking like yeah, because it's I haven't put like I'll put like a wooden frame down and then we can sort of see how we want the center thing to go. Because wooden frames are like those core frames are fantastic for just like quickly plotting like a building shape.
Yeah.
And this eye corner does not want to like go onto this part of the wall.
Imagine like one piece of YouTube tutorial. It's like, yeah, so this is how you put a fish farm, yeah, first you gotta like go to the mountain and pick up this silver thingy that's really easy to find, and then you just go like set up the fishing rod, and then you're good.
Yeah. It's like one of those things. Every time Odin appears, he appears like fucking above like a piece of a buried fishing rod. There's some sort of like massive like leap in logic that you need to make.
I mean, it does appear near the coast, so.
It's just him like pointing out good fishing spots, you know.
The Odin review.
Fucking station 2 exposed.
Man, you thought that mining in water was annoying? Try building.
So I built a bridge.
Mining.
Probably actually, yeah. Like I mean, you're talking to the retard that like fucking built a bridge. Like that's one of the first things that he did. Can I like upgrade my fucking hammer? No, it's already fucking 3 is the max quality for the building hammer. Oh, I see. You've made like just a post or whatever.
That it would be my foundation counts. It's stuff like give a shit.
It's not great weather for fishing, I don't think.
Still fishes here, so.
We should probably sleep the night away, in fairness.
As soon as I get it back to the land.
Oh yeah, do remember that the building that we're building is a perfect square as well, so take that into consideration when in designing.
Yeah, we should probably leave the roof for like a chimney.
Or
So we can like. Someone has sent a message at like literally 12.
nice.
Like, hey, we gotta let it watch the anime.
That feeling on the floor, you know, even though the floor like, you know, doesn't look that big, it's literally like 3 or 4 times more expensive than the whole walls of this place. Probably actually 5, like probably actually even more times expensive than the whole thing, because it's It's this place is yeah, 20 meters by 20 meters, so that's 400. So it's 400 times 6 for the floors, whereas for the walls it's been like, you know, less than 1 per thing, so it's definitely much more.
Yeah, definitely. And don't forget you had to like raise the floor a bit as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy that you convinced me to put the ceiling up higher or the floor up higher. Not only because it probably will never get flooded this way, but also because the room is exactly 4 meters tall, which is exactly the length of a log pole.
Oh yeah.
That is definitely very good.
It's accident
Ha-
wonders moment.
Happy accidents. Yeah, because you know I made it like 6 meters because I didn't want it to like I made the room 6 meters tall because if I only made it like 4 meters tall, we wouldn't have enough elevation going from the water level.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Nowadays I can make carrot soup for us.
Okay, so the central building. Hey, the nice weather is coming. So, do we want a second floor in the middle? That's the biggest question.
My problem with that is that we don't really use the second floor on our own building.
What if we make the second floor the portal where all the portals are? Because that way we'll definitely use it.
I'm honestly like based on my experience playing this game, like just having like an open flat area is just much better to work with. Because you run much faster and it's just more organized.
You reckon we'll have enough space then if it's just
Yeah, I mean like look at like the portals will just light the outside.
I mean, I was hoping to like I don't know, maybe have it like a bit more orderly, if you know what I mean. Like they could line the outside walls, but that would only mean that we could have because the things are like 20 by 20, so that means that each wall could hold like 10 portals, and that's not accounting for the doors, if you know what I mean.
I'm just thinking like how many portals are we realistically gonna have, you know? Because right now we have
Like 6 or 7 or something, I don't know.
I think it's like 10.
I mean, we could have them lining the outside wall. I don't know how convenient that would be, though.
Well, I'm assuming we don't build interior walls. We just build like supporting walls.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, I definitely want an open plan as well, because there's no real reason to have interior walls.
Yeah, so in that sense, the portals you just be like, oh, you just run up to them and oh, really? Like look at we have
we can fit every wall can fit 10, assuming there's no doors. So let's say every wall can fit 9 or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. So just considering that we can like easily like have up to like 20 portals, and if that becomes an issue,
No, we can have like 40 portals roughly.
so like unless you have like a interior design criticism aspect to that, I think that's it.
No, it's pretty good.
How else you would do it?
Yeah, no, like I didn't really have like a necessarily a plan set in stone. Mainly because this thing was supposed to be like a portal room just in general, have them be a bit more segmented. Because like my biggest annoyance is that like especially when there's like a fair amount of portals, is that like they all start lighting up and you're just like, oh well, fuck, like trying not to like step into the wrong one. But I guess when they're all lining the wall, that's not really going to be necessarily that much of a problem.
You also put signs next to them.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's definitely fine. And then for the internal structure, like, we don't want a second floor then, I guess, right?
Nah, like
All right.
the battlements is like second floor enough, I guess. Like,
All right.
or I don't know, like what do you think there?
Well, yeah, well, the thing is, if we don't want a second floor, then that's just like the end of that discussion, if you know what I mean. Because then I'll just start making a roof. A roof. Oh, you build a second cart. I was like, I could have sworn my cart wasn't empty. Okay, I'll do a roof. Actually, yeah. So yeah. Oh, fucking damn it! They're just like. So yeah, just like fill my inventory with like stuff that makes it so that I can't move. I'm just gonna go take the. I'm actually gonna try and see how it looks with logs. I imagine not that bad. Because then I can build the roof out of like logs and then just lay the seating onto the logs, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, 5 logs might be able to support it themselves. We might only need like 1 or 2 supporting pillars, if that even.
You can also make those out of stone again.
That too. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no stats on like what unlike in like 7 Days to Die, where it does actually say like how fucking structurally useful the thing is. It doesn't in this, if you know.
Yeah, it's just
It leaves it up, like, you know. I think it is like logical in the way it does it, but it sort of leaves it up to you, like your
you have to test it.
Yeah. Plorn, you putting these stone tiles crooked. Gonna have to ask you to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it definitely needs to. Okay, so we can actually test with like this, and I'll put like another one. Just have like just have another one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. God damn it. No, the stone pillars don't seemingly don't provide any extra support to the wood, at least, if you know what I mean. Like, they themselves might have extra support, but they don't like transmit it or anything.
Oh, that's true.
No, you know, like this still goes out 3, which is the same that it would with wood. Actually, I think it might give like a bit of extra support, but it's negligible. Like it's one more beam, which, I mean, I'll like do like a full trial, because it's not like resources get wasted in this game, which is really nice. So I'll do like a full trial to see how it would like look, and like if that's actually like improves the look and feel at all, if you know what I mean. Because if it means that it's like one less support pillar overall, that might like make the difference between being like one gaudy pillar and one non-gaudy pillar, you know.
So this is gonna be like the central square, right?
Yeah. Did you want to like, cause it, like I could have the posts be, because I think I might be able to make it so that it doesn't necessarily require more posts, but like I could have the posts be here or whatever, or make the square smaller if you want.
No, it's more like stuff like that. So I figure like if I'm gonna put down trash chests, like there's no point carrying trash over to the actual base now. So we're gonna move everything over inside here at some point.
I wonder if I can actually have it be without 0 supports. I mean, no, I can't.
Careful, Kyle. That's dark side talking.
It really is, because also I placed these fucking support pillars incorrectly as well. Yeah, because even if I could do it with 0 support pillars, what would just happen is it would mean that I would also not be enabled to suspend any roof from it, making it pointless. It's like, now, look, Plot, I've made a roof, but if you put a feather on it, it'll break. yeah, 4 squares in the middle. Yeah, I think I'll use stone supports. Yeah, we don't actually need that many. We won't actually need that many either, which is quite good.
Nice, yeah.
And yes, I'm the kind of anal bastard that I went back and like made it so that the wooden pole goes like between the thing.
I'm not saying anything. I'm nodding in the let's think of like anal retentive approval.
Yeah, because it's that, and then like I should be able to. I should be able to suspend a fair amount of ceiling from there.
Now I do really feel like a Chinese mining operation, even going after the stone.
And the nice thing is because I costed for the floor being made out of wood as well, and having like potentially having a second floor means that we actually have like quite a surplus of wood. We're likely gonna end up with a surplus of wood, I should say.
I can turn that into charcoal.
Well, don't worry, I've got plenty of ways to waste wood. Oh yeah, fucking another pet peeve. People trying to argue that the Dark Age didn't exist, if you know what I mean, or didn't, or not necessarily didn't exist, but wasn't an actual Dark Age. Like another fucking like. They're like, oh well, it actually wasn't fucking as bad as they said. It literally is like, you know, fucking literacy rates go into the toilet, fucking life expectancy goes down, like large cities practically disappear, if you know what I mean. Like, it wasn't that bad though.
Like, it really, like, it's like fucking, and it doesn't matter, like, oh, is the Dark Ages dark or not? It's like, well, it doesn't matter. It's a different period, and there's lots of changes, you know.
Yeah. It's significant enough of a decrease in like to put like an end to like the sort of like fucking late classical to like I guess really early medieval, like because I don't know, like what would you call, like, you know, the late Roman Empire period, is that still considered classical in like historical terms?
Late antiquity, I think is the term.
Late antiquity. Because if you compare like late antiquity to like medieval, it's completely like, you know, the fact that Carloman the Great was considered great, and effectively the only reason he was great is because he effectively sort of had like a little minor renaissance of Roman tech, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And the fact that, like, his era reminded you of the Dark Ages or the Roman times, you know?
Yeah.
One thing that makes me a bit sad nowadays is, like, when I see that Mountain Blade subreddit, most people are actually, like, playing Warband still. Like, they went back to play Warband. Like, what the hell?
Jeez, I thought Bannerlord was pretty good. It
Yeah, but, like, I guess people, and they play vanilla Warband too, which is, like, the most mind-numbing. So I guess it's like one of those games that, like, it's like Victoria 2 vanilla, you know?
yeah, I suppose it also helps that it probably has much more forgiving specs than say Bannerlord does. Though Bannerlord was pretty well optimized.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, like downside Bannerlord is just like no multiplayer, or well, it has multiplayer, but like not the kind that is actually unique or interesting.
Not my kind of multiplayer. Not the Valheim multiplayer.
Yeah, well, not like a cooperative, actually interesting experience, because, you know, there's so many fucking medieval combat games that have multiplayer, but none to quite that scope. So I'm like currently experimenting with roofs. So I don't know. Are you still mining?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've pretty much got some like sort of like styles with that also have some like sort of utilitarian choices associated with them.
I can always come back. I'm literally
Yeah.
just took the cart down the road. I'm at the quote-unquote inn, so.
Right. The little like the just Jesus Christ, I want to sleep thing.
The, like, yeah, I want to get this fucking smogged, because that's what it looks like.
Really, it's the fucking oh man, I guess Sachsenhausen is the only camp I can think of.
Auschwitz, maybe? I don't know.
You Auschwitz. You also have like the other camps.
Stutthof, Treblinka, etc.
Yeah.
There's a common one among edgy autists, you know.
Mm. I'm apparently also missing the stone to put in that stone pillar. So, like doing something like this with either the actual ceiling being below, or like just on top, so you have like a flat ceiling. Yeah, this is terrible. All right. I think if we had like a higher ceiling, it might be like something worth doing, just so that so that it's flat, so that it's just easy, if you know what I mean. But with the current low ceiling, like it's not worth having like that like layer be underneath, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The layer of the thing, because it would literally get in your field of vision. Oh yeah, I need to like actually replace the stuff, like do the stone pillar here before like I fuck it up.
So where's the square? That we can just experiment with.
Fucking goddamn it! Why do I not have any? Why do I not have any fucking stone?
That's the card.
Lovely. Oh, just slow walk. I'm just like preparing the thing because yeah, like because we can do ceilings in like so many fucking ways.
Just do it like this,
Yeah. Like that's what was the next thing I was gonna do. But then obviously on top of this this frame here.
I'm just thinking like in terms of how much.
So that's that one that you did is 4-4. Which we could do.
Be one taller. Or
No. Hold on, give me a moment. Apparently I'm super fucking encumbered. No, because here's the thing. It's like it's 4-4. So we could either have, with the seating that you just did, we'd only need 2 points. We could have like 2 points in our roof, and then we could do it. And it would also be like fairly labor easy because you destroyed a tile of yours, several actually.
actually replace.
Yeah, because then what you do is you could literally just, I don't know if you need it, just get rid of this stone thing and then just rebuild it.
Because like, do you imagine them going out like so? Just like as like a.
Yeah, effectively, but then obviously in a different angle because I mean not necessarily that it matters, but
I mean, like, you need a corner or something here, but like so.
fucking god damn it.
Oh.
No, hold on. Sorry, I'm just like fucking. I just have to like take those fucking stone cutters that you put on like the second floor and put them underneath here so they're not in my way.
Sorry, I put them there so it wouldn't be in my way when I was placing the tiles. So.
Right. Well, pretty much because what I had envisioned was to do it like quote unquote lengthways, even though this is a rectangle, if you know what I mean. So to have it be, I'll let gravity take care of the rest. To have it be like this or whatever, where it's obviously this is a small version of it. That would be something like this. And then obviously we could make it like we could either do it like
And then you could like wall off the end like so.
yeah, or we could do it with 45 degrees, or actually because there's like the special wooden wall that's like 20, like that's like this, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So we could have it like that, which I personally quite like. I don't know how it looks like from below. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We could have it like this, or we could have it twice the size. I personally actually quite like the small one, in all honesty.
So twice the size would be starting from here.
Yeah. It would also mean twice the size would actually also cause a little bit of problems with having the staircase, or we'd have to have the staircase in a different way. Which ones are not?
See here, like. So I don't know which one is the end because then some.
Oh no! Well, the end would be like because it's every 4, so it would be hold on. So this is 4 for. Because you have to understand that this goes in 2, so that would mean that if you wanted it to be symmetrical, what you'd have to do is you'd have to.
There's the right one, yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted it to be symmetrical, you'd have to stop. Let me just. Oop. You'd have to come in here effectively. Let me just put it down for you. There you go. If you wanted it to be symmetrical.
Is that the right one?
Fairly sure, yeah.
No, it's not.
Is it not? Oh, well, you offset it by the thing.
I'm just going up based on the floor itself, so.
So this should be, unless I'm like, this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's correct. Did they meet? Did they not meet?
Because, let's see.
Did I like? Oh,
You didn't place it at the edge.
oh my bad. Yeah, because it's a bit like because of the way that like some of these fucking tiles have like had a bit of a problem here.
They don't meet properly now still.
No, because I think you went one in too far, if you know what I mean. Because
Is these like, I guess,
that looks a bit more promising. Honestly, I think the small one's probably better for like the a multitude of reasons that are mounting, if you know what I mean.
it's a bit of a.
It's less prone to fuckage. I mean, this is correct, right? No, this is not correct. Okay, hold on. Let me just rather than like match it up like that, let me just come down from this angle. There we go. How does that look?
Yeah, it looks right on my end. Here.
Okay. Yeah, so we can either do the big one, or we can do the little one.
So I need to do the back wall. It's
Yeah.
part of the thing.
I think they're both pretty okay. With the big one, we'll obviously have like 2 of those. With the small one, we'll have 4 of them.
I like the bigger one, honestly, because it means that you won't feel as cramped on it.
Really makes you feel like you're cramped. Alright. I'll be straight man over here, because otherwise it's probably gonna collapse because of lack of supports. Alright. Oops. How does that look? I mean, I think we fucked it a little bit with like the way we placed the internal walls, but aside from that, it's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I quite like that. The main downside with it is that it will have an internal support pillar. Actually, no, it probably won't. It won't have to. It doesn't have to, actually. Never mind.
Because we built it without the support pillars.
Yeah, so we could actually then remove this pillar. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, I quite like that. I like not having to have the support pillar, if you know what I mean.
And then we can just build like a little shitty roof, single roof tile here across to cover this one.
Okie dokie, so. I guess yeah, it's just the center bit is like a bit will need some like adjusting, but it's sufficient for like starting at least, you know. Yeah, you probably should start from the inside wall rather than starting from here, because that way you'll get a more perfect match, if you know what I mean. Like if you start from this side, because this side is more perfectly measured than the other side is, if you know what I mean. And then you'll come down at the correct place in the center.
I'm more worried about the roof coverage, you know, than anything that is like.
Oh well. If like we could put Kyle's Old Faithful over here like this. If I don't know, because you'll never see this one, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, it's actually perfectly lined up. See?
Oh, okay. All right. How the fuck did you eyeball that? That's what I don't know.
No, I based it off this one. So I had this one highlighted, this block.
Oh, okay.
And I just built it up because then I know it's perfectly lined up.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because it falls like it's like a whole block's worth of length, I guess.
Yeah. So that's how I build it. I always build in this game, just using each other's block instead of if two blocks are inside each other, I'm fucking committing seppuku, you know.
Yeah. Like with certain things, I'm like it's fine. Like if I can't see that it's two things inside of each other, then I don't care. Here I come with the. Let's see how heavy this thing can really take the load, you know. Yeah, you know. Oh fuck I don't have enough durability on my hammer. Yeah, it's like you know, you come up with your, you know, you have like, you know, roofers that just come up to like work on the roof, and they bring like a fucking van with them onto the roof. I really quite like. Speaking of vans, I quite like the Family Guy episode where he has the food truck. Like, I think that one's.
That's also one of my highlights.
Because it also isn't like very mean spirited, I don't think. So.
Like a scene where he has like I fucking love when he's like in his fucking car and it's like, yeah, so like I'm just doing some cooking here, like fucking, and it's like putting like a fucking crat like those like that egg, you know,
Egg?
the creamberry or Cadbury's egg into like his
Oh yeah. I really like when like. I mean, it's kind of it was sort of like even getting to the point where it's starting to annoy me, but where he's like, on the road whilst driving, getting that guy's order, if you know what I mean. Quite like that one, though it was getting on my tits how he like like how the joke just like stretched on that he like kept forgetting the order.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm personally not a huge fan of repetition in jokes, and a Family Guy to my liking does it a little bit too much.
Yeah, like especially rewatchability goes to a fucking floor when that happens.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if it's just me, but like the fucking, you know, the like chicken fighting scenes and all those things.
Yeah.
Ever when I watched it the first time, that didn't take that long for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
Like they are painfully long. Like I don't like not gonna make that fucking defense, but it's like just don't feel like they're as long as I remember them. If that makes sense.
oh yeah, I get you. Like, I mean, it's sort of also if you're half watching it, like if you're half watching it, nothing feels as long. If you know what I mean. Like if you're just like watching it whilst also doing something else, then you know.
Oh yeah, probably.
Because that's how I like rewatched a lot of Family Guy, because you know I've already seen it like with my full attention once. But yeah, no,
The first time I saw it, I didn't pay attention because I was falling asleep to it.
chicken fight, like God, how the fuck is it? How did these like fucking tiles start eating each other? Like what the hell? How do I not have like the perfect amount of room left? Something slightly off-centered.
You
What?
messed up the end of the wall here, by the way.
Oh,
Like you started placing down tiles from the wall itself, but it actually is like.
where did I miss it?
See here? This will not line up.
With what?
Do we need to point it out to you? See?
Oh yeah, like I don't understand why though. Like I don't like because I don't.
Wall here. Peek over here. You can see it.
Oh, is it just like okay? So it's like 1 meter too wide, effectively.
Actually, you see the because you do the 2x4, right?
Oh fucking hell! I accidentally went into a portal. I ran into one of those old portals.
Yeah, I think this explains a lot actually, because
Yeah, it might be that one thing is because unfortunately with the way that because I wanted to try and make it so that it always snapped to the grid, and unfortunately with the way that those like 4x4 walls are placed, is that they yeah.
if I'm reading this right, wait a second. Let's see what's the easiest way to see this properly.
No, because it is definitely a possibility because the thing is that these walls, right? The way I did them is I wanted to make sure that they always snap to the grid, so I wouldn't have this thing where I'm out by like a millimeter. But if I'm like out by like a meter, that is possible because the way like which wall is on the inside and which on the outside is like rotating, if you know what I mean. So it could have been that I accidentally made it 1 meter taller by having the wall attached on the end of this rather than be on the inside. But that's fairly easily fixed. I mean, it would require like a little bit of like jiggering on our side, but not necessarily that much. Do you want to fix it, or are you fine with it?
Let's fix it.
All right.
If you come inside,
Yeah, it would require tearing down the whole wall though. So, beautiful. Yeah.
obviously. Like you see, like you agree with my solution,
What's your solution?
or do you want to move on the outside wall?
Oh well. Oh yeah. I mean that also works. Yeah. Yeah. So let me just. I mean, this is gonna be a little bit awkward. I'll place these down. Thingy. Place these down sort of here. Where I'll place them on where you've already placed the floor, so that I didn't have to like. Yeah, no, that solution is fine. That works exactly like how it should. Oops. Yeah. Ah, fuck! I don't even have stone. Yeah, just do the. Just do that and work to the make sure that there's this bottom line and make sure that the bottom line is done because then you can it's easy to build if the bottom is correct then everything else is like easy to correct.
Like so, right?
Yeah, if the bottom layer is good. So yeah, I'll start like tearing down the outside. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of like it's gonna be quite a bit of work, but it's fine. Like
Might be less than we think.
well, yeah, it's just the walls are gonna be really fast to fix because it's more like adjusting the back part of the roof, if you know what I mean. That's more time consuming than you might expect.
I can't get this snap. Sorry.
Also, the way I had I had it so that it was because
Not perfect.
yeah, no, because that like I don't quite like I don't like the look of that, if you know what I mean.
Can you like let's see.
Yeah. Also, yeah, if you want this to Pokemon Snap, you're gonna have to dig a little bit. All right. Like that.
I'm not sure how to solve the edge of the wall here.
What do you mean?
It won't poke out like this.
Oh well, the way you do that is by just Just putting some like partial blocks. Yeah. You just do. It's a very easy fix. It's just yeah. There you go. You did it. Nobody'll notice. We'll put a painting here.
And this is the right?
Yeah, that's the correct one. Yeah, exactly. Because that's how I knew what the problem was. If you know what I mean. Because it's like one of those things where I was like, this was back before I realized that this structure was going to be as important as it's turning out to be. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'm gonna do the second layer sort of like literally working on top of each other.
Lovely. Yeah, you see how fucking fast walling is with this. Yeah, main thing is the ceiling is gonna have a bit of a time, but you know. Okay. I have dropped some stone. I'm gonna go secure the ceiling. Yeah, because I was wondering, like, what the hell? I thought it was just something that had to do with like when I was placing the like platforms on the roof. I realized it, but I didn't realize that it was because of the walls. I thought it was because of something that I fucked up on the ceiling, and I was like, well, you know, if the ceiling is slightly misaligned, literally no one can notice. But no, it was actually because the walls are thingied. Ugh. My character stamina is fucked. Hold on, I'm gonna go sleep because I need that extra stamina to remove.
I was there.
Oh, fucking interesting development is well, not really interesting, but it's interesting in the sort of like benign life of Kyle right now. Is that the price of beef sausages has actually become parity with the price of like chicken sausages. So they're identical price, which they usually aren't. Usually beef is cheaper. So bad news for beef lovers everywhere, but it means right now that I like effectively the choice is like, do I prefer the taste of chicken or beef rather than like the saving a couple of cents.
Yeah.
I thought for a second that a fish ended up here, but no, that's just a bit of stone poking out. I was like, how the hell did a fish end up here? Yeah, I don't know if the building is also 1 meter like longer than it is, but I don't think so. From what I've seen, it looks to only be unmatching on one face.
I can double check that. It seemed okay based on my because I started placing the wall.
Well, yeah, because we would have noticed if it like we would have noticed when we were doing the walls, if you know what I mean. Yeah, because I couldn't I didn't feel like creating an offset. You know, I was it was one of those things where it's like I could always do that later if I really wanted to. But I do. Yeah, but I do think that the offset looks nice, if you know what I mean. I don't know about you, but I like it that it's not perfect. Effectively no cost. Because it isn't because of the offset that this is like this. It's because of the way that the stone blocks snap to each other.
Yeah,
And that it's biased to like do like a weird sort of snap.
Hope you don't mind that the floor is perfectly squared out.
Yeah, no, I don't mind.
As a bit of a quadrophobe, you know,
Quadrophobe. Yeah, no, it lines up because in the like ceiling I did like some adjusting to make it so that we had like a meter thing. Yeah, I like how we're like making it a fucking perfect square when this building's like the amount of like effort we're putting on this building is like much more than what I what I did during the planning. But at least I planned it to like. I planned it to have like a certain degree of symmetry. Like I did actually do like the segmental planning where it was like at least the segments are going to line up, which they did, which was surprising, seeing as how I guess 1 meter on like a building this big is not really that noticeable.
not until, you know, the Mr. Perfectionist over here cuts in and decides to run it. Or, I guess, Mr. Perfectionist to you.
I mean, I think we both have a level of like, you know, I'm the one ripping out the floor panels right now, so we both have a level of we have a tolerance for perfection that is fairly similar.
Just thinking to myself, maybe I should make this, like, hillside very flat, just so we can get all the stone out of this.
Which hillside?
Like the one that's up from the base.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that'll like, because I don't necessarily like how extreme you want to go with that, but I think it'll end up looking more like a fucking eyesore.
The HOA would be furious with us.
Yeah. Did you not have the stone to finish the wall off?
No, I'm getting it now.
Well, did we not get? No, oh no. Didn't I throw the stone at you that you needed? Did we?
Put on
Yeah, it was because, like, did it give diminishing returns or something? Like, I don't think so. No, fucking, it's been lost in logistical bureaucracy or whatever.
It's gone to the floor.
Oh, you put it on the floor, alright. Oi, don't make it, like, perfectly on top of each other. God, what are you, crazy?
Did I do it?
Yeah, you did it for a few things. Yeah. I left you a one tile gap.
I thought I just continued.
Oh, whatever. It's fucking. It's fine.
No, no, this it means somewhere it's gone wrong. Yeah, it's gone wrong here. So I was doing it from an odd angle. So
Yeah, okay. You know what they say? Measure twice, do once. Well, you know.
well, if this isn't the definition of that, I don't know what is.
Yeah. If I didn't realize it was gonna be this important, I would have measured twice. God damn it. What do you mean it can't jump 2 meters? Fucking. Why did it even bother making my character black? Come on, gravity, help me out here, ripping the ceiling down. Alright, that thing should be coming down soon to you. And then these posts also need to be replaced if we're going to get super anal about it. So, fortunately, fortunately, replacing these like support posts is super easy because they literally like they snap to like the center of where they're supposed to be. So, though I guess we lost one over here. Alright. You could eat another bite.
It's like imagine like this game if that implies almost like a Mexican voice or something like that.
Mm.
You are so hungry.
Hungry. The fact that you can't upgrade the building tool, like to like level 5 or something, is also like baffling because the amount of times I've had to like go down to repair the building tool, it's pretty high.
And the game is like, well, you know, the building tool is sort of like, it's you know, you're right, you have a workbench right there usually.
Yeah.
They're like, well, you don't know what skill I operate at.
Don't you understand if I'm building like the massive logistical nightmare buildings that we do? Every fucking stat counts.
Just looking back at my card, it's completely damaged.
Yeah, because this is also going to be one of the easier for like its size. It's going to be a very easy ceiling build, partially because we have the like the rampart that like just lets us like sort of walk up to like ceiling height without having to build like internal scaffolding or anything.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
No, yeah, like all the it's already been adjusted. Like I tore out all the roof panels that were misaligned, and I tore out all the pillars that were misaligned and replaced them. So all in all, compared to how long that would have taken on like another game, definitely pretty good. Another game we probably both said like, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
We'll just we'll just pretend that we can't see that it's 1 meter off.
We'll just make the interior wall like one more wider.
Yeah, just like weird, like nobody's gonna check the thickness of the wall, you know. It's like, hey, there's a fake panel here.
Every time this fucking deer shows up, and I'm like tempted to like drawing a thing, and I'm like not taking the shot. So just imagine like the Family Guy thing where you like should have taken the shot, asshole. Remember that one?
Is that with a deer in it as well?
Hey, he's like hunting, and he's like looking to take a shot at the deer that's just kneeling, and he gets beaten up by baseball bats by some of the deers.
Yeah, I guess I remember that. Just much more peaceful.
and much more food as well.
Yeah, the nice thing, because it's all on like a grid, I can like fairly accurately just use align myself on one grid to make sure that it's all aligned on another one. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Fuck, out of wood. He says when there's like 1,000 wood on the floor or whatever. Watched the documentary about Walt Disney as well. It was sort of like the ending was sort of like a bit like bittersweet-esque, where Walt Disney, I don't know if you're aware, really wanted to make like his own perfect city or whatever.
Oh yeah.
He was like, yeah, it was super obsessed with it, and even on his deathbed, he was very obsessed with it. And then like he ended up dying, and they were like. So what do we do about this city plan? And this guy's just like, fucking Walt Disney's dead. We like, we fucking abandoned it, obviously.
Yeah.
Which definitely probably was the right choice, but still.
I mean, wasn't there like a plan to build like a nuclear reactor and all that shit, Fun stuff.
I don't know if it was to build a nuclear reactor, but the idea was to have like this sort of like corporate town, which sort of like operated like autonomously from like a state law and all that sort of shit, and like was like sort of like it's like pitched as like a sort of experimental town, like a future city or something, where it had all these like incredibly innovative logistical ideas, and the idea would be that like corporations would have their factories there, and they'd use the city as like a trial for their inventions, if you know what I mean.
Right, yeah. MCOT does not strike me as a corporate town.
It's one of those like seems very good on paper type of ideas, but in practice it's gonna be like, I mean, it was definitely there was like, it wasn't that insane. It like had a possibility of working, but it just had so many places where it could just go completely wrong.
Yeah. I hear that sound like, oh fuck.
No. Just kidding. It's the sound of progress. God damn it, we'll have a roof on this thing before you know it. Oh yeah, and I don't know if you'd realize, but yeah, from my experiments, the stone pillars do transfer some sort of like structure towards the other things.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Which is good.
Definitely. Also, another benefit of like placing the stone wall in a way where it isn't perfectly aligned with what's on the bottom of it is that if the bottom one gets destroyed, it's still like the rest of it still stays up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise, if like the bottom one gets destroyed, like the whole segment goes down immediately, and we might be accidentally prone to destroy at least one of those things, you know. Yeah, I really like. I really like the large roof. I think it definitely is better than the smaller one. Like, it really makes it feel like you have a lot of room.
Yeah, especially when it's zoom out a bit.
You know, it adds no functional floor space, but it definitely does make it feel better. It's like hanging up a whole bunch of window or mirrors everywhere. Give you the illusion of space. One roof panel spontaneously broke, so that's a little bit concerning. Oh geez, something's happening here. Did you remove a pillar somewhere? Okay.
I only finished the.
Okay, we are there is like no okay, so something happened.
Something here, maybe.
Yeah, there was like there used to be support pillars. I don't know what happened to them, but one, two. I'll just put one here just for now, because it does that does affect whether or not that thing goes. So, but it should be one. Yeah. Because like okay, yeah. So that's there. The offset is over there. So yeah, we also need to like sort of sort this part out. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess technically this was supposed to be there. 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 3. Really? Okay. There we go. Sort of rectified it. Nice thing is it like It was only like a few floor things affected, or ceiling tiles affected. Yeah, so did you want the chimney in the center then?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, because we should put like a cooking area somewhere central, or like somewhere really. Like it doesn't need to be central, I suppose, but.
I guess I mean like between those two central support pillars, I could always like we could always cut a chimney out, and that doesn't necessarily look too bad, if you know what I mean. Because it will be like in the center of the building perfectly, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. Just for now, just leaving that to there. Oh, by the way, if you have 10 stone, if you could like build the pillar, actually, is there 10 stone in this cart? Yeah, I got it. It's like realigning everything properly here.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, so one segment has its roof finished, so that's nice. Or at least, for the most part, look at that part is still left open because of the stairs, so at least we have shelter.
Now this will be your sleeping area, Kyle.
Fine. These wooden pillars, like, you may eventually want to replace them with stone, but they are actually necessary for supporting the roof, believe it or not. And hey, they do a pretty decent, like, they could serve as, like, places to fucking attach the signs for the things, too, so...
Because I was thinking, like, the portals will just, be moved still, but,
Did something get fucked up there?
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, also as Germany, you don't even like in like Victoria too. You don't even really want to like take your part of Poland to have like nice borders because fucking as much fun as it is to like have Lebensraum means, like you need your literacy to stay up.
Oh yeah.
Can't afford to bring like fucking 600,000 illiterate Poles into your fucking like thing. Probably actually is even like more. It's like 1 million that's inside that little pocket, if you know what I mean. Because I think that pocket contains Warsaw and all that shit. Effectively the formerly independent Polish kingdom that got annexed by Russia, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think the problem also is that it's not very good in Poland, so like it is just pops.
Oh no, I think it might have coal and shit, but it's mainly the fact that it'll tank your literacy because they're all like literacy 10 and 20 or whatever. That's my main reasoning for not doing it. Because that's the sort of curse of like having like Greater Germany is that like your fantastic literacy is already being dragged down a bit by like the Hungarians and like the fucking Balkans, and then you're just like fucking don't go east because you'll just like drag yourself into like fucking 20% or 20 to 30% literacy territory from your like 70 that Germans have, and you then average to like about in my game the second I formed it I had like 45% literacy forming Greater Germany, and that's with no other like annexations aside from what needed to be formed for like aka Greater Germany, including Luxembourg.
You basically have enough pops as Germany. You have like enough pops anyways, because Germany's not exactly like manpower poor,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because even normal Germany is like one of the strongest nations in the game, and then Super Germany is like pretty damn good. Like, The only thing that, as Super Germany, like the only viable place that you can expand into is West, really. Like you can take some parts of France, because France is like decent literacy, and like you can take Belgium and the Netherlands and shit. And that's worth it, you know, bringing all the Germanic people under one thing. Fuck it, take like the rest of Denmark, the rest of the Danish as well.
Yeah. Well, I do find it a bit interesting that in Victoria too, being like Danish and German, or sorry, even like American English and British,
Yeah.
is like basically the same as being fucking Japanese and British, you know?
Yeah, exactly. They're as different as fucking Japanese to like thing. Especially considering it's like 1860, so the difference is arguably even more negligible, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And some mods add Australian and all that stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is definitely weird. You know, it is still pretty cool for Paradox to recognize Afro-American as a separate culture.
Very progressive.
Yeah.
They should have, recognized ancient Egypt. Have like, Afro-Egyptians, pharaohs,
Yeah. And the cart only contains core wood. Yo, Block, yeah, can you just push the cart down onto the ground? Really put your back into it, you know?
Controls are reversed when you're like,
Hey.
damn.
Yeah, well, I mean, I expected it to like pull you with it. Alright, lovely. Thank you. Oh yeah, fuck, like sort of like completely unrelated, random again, but obviously when you're like watching those like or at least like what I like to watch, which is the Grand Designs episodes, right? And you're like this like fucking gay couple or whatever is like, oh yeah, we should put in like an LED like light changing system, like a mood lighting system, which in today's world costs like, you know, $30 or something. Fucking $2,000 for fucking colored LEDs, am I right?
Integrated Wi-Fi voice communications, aka Alexa,
Mm.
$30,000.
Yeah. I want it to, there's like TV cable just like running through every single wall. You know, the irony is the fucking metal inside the TV cable will just block out your Wi-Fi signal now in the future. Yeah, so how do we actually want to get up on the roof then normally? Oh, fuck it, I just like...
I propose just making like an access ramp here.
Should I like... Is that right? An access ramp where?
Like just from like one of the sides up here, you know?
Okay. Because then the downside that you have then is that you can't like you can't really like cross, if you know what I mean. Not with a cart, at least.
What do you mean cross?
As in, if I have an or do you just?
Or we can just hold on this even better. Let's do it from here.
Oh yeah, probably a good plan actually.
Or from the museum.
I mean, if you have it from like outside, it doesn't mean that creatures can get up there. But I mean, I guess it's already that area is within like a defensive perimeter, so. Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you ever want like a cart up there again, because I was like hung up on it being too wide, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's not necessary. Okay, so the chimney, like, do you want it to be in the center of the, like, do you want the thing to be in the center of the building? Also, we can remove this wood over here, by the way. Definitely plenty of open space in this building.
Does it apply to the other side as well?
What do you mean? Yeah, you can just remove those wooden panels are just for access, if you know what I mean. They don't have any structural bearing. They shouldn't do, at least. This is where like everything starts falling apart. Like the beam should hold all these things together, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this building has a dangerously low amount of redundancy in it. Like
everything else.
I mean, no, like some of our building has like the old building has like a bit of redundancy, but this one definitely has like, you know, if you, for example, were to remove the beam here, we'd lose like a fair like a couple of meters of roof, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, it should be. We have like decent redundancy on the outside, if you know what I mean, and that's where it's most likely to get damaged. Because all those internal wood pillars have redundancy, and then also these segments of the roof have redundancy with the outside supports as well. But yeah, so like so there is 1, 2. Oh, actually, I suppose like, is this correct? I mean that post can actually go. Okay, so these, like, this line here is the middle of the building. This line. So you know, these four would be the central, where you've put the forge is like the central squares of the building, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but the way we set it up now, it's obviously not
Here's some marking for the especially slow children amongst us, I guess. I don't know.
So let's see. You want to have like a workshop area, like one corner. Workshop forge area. That's basically all of it is gonna be like easily accessible. Chests is the main thing.
Do you want the door to be here? We might as well get the door onto the pier. Oh, I need like a crafting station.
Well, it should ideally be between these two pillars, right? That's the
Yeah, well, I mean, it sort of is, given how actually this pillar is it incorrect? No, so that one is correct. This one is like oh, yeah, no, because all right, now I understand.
make sure you put the right pillar in the right place before you put down.
I mean, because here's the thing, because like this pillar can move. Because like sort of, oh my god, fucking, of course I don't have any redundant core wood. There you go. Yeah, so that pillar can move, because the thing is, one of these, because of the way that the wall is, if you know what I mean, like you have to allow for you have to effectively allow for like there's going to be two segments that are like 3 wide or whatever in here because of like how everything is. All right. Make it so, number 1. Gotta remove this. Do we want a stone arc? No, fuck that. I mean, I don't know if it looks too good. We can try it with the doors. Let me just put the doors down. And then get rid of that. Ooh, that stone wall. Like, hopefully it's not a load-bearing stone wall. There. No, I don't mind. I like that. I think it's pretty okay. Fucking goddammit. I don't have any stone. I'm quite surprised that the roof hasn't like had a seizure from like us doing that, if you know what I mean.
I'll spare you.
All right. Hey. Fucking where the hell is the stonecutter bench? Right.
Pretty sure you want to use pillars. It's better to use the 2x1s.
I mean, it's fine. It's oh god. I mean, for that one, we're gonna have to use a pillar. I mean.
No,
Oh, okay.
I just there you go.
Alright. Sure. Yeah, I quite like it with an arc there.
Get some air circulation too.
Sure. Let's try and find one where depends on where you want the pier, because it's gonna be a fairly sheer drop into like relatively deep water, given that I like built out a little bit, if you know what I mean.
What might be an advantage given I suppose the far side
It's more to do with like how the block pattern is, if you know what I mean, rather than anything else. So it's sort of up like, do you want it to be in the center? Like, I mean, that's sort of fine. If you want it to be in the center, that works. It will mean that there'll be a support pillar like right there. No?
we have like two. Like if you look at the thing, we have like two walls, right?
Two
It
walls?
should be like what I mean. Use my measuring sticks here. I'm gonna call it soon.
Alright, that's fine.
Brain is ready.
Okay. It's like a little pasture.
So
Alright.
here will be a door.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there.
And, you know, the sort of like this is where you park your boats.
I mean, I don't fucking mind the way the pillars look into the walls, but
I guess it works for this, right?
yeah,
This is sort of the doorway.
it is. Fuck it, this is the door. Honey, go check who's at the door. Just hit in the water immediately.
That's how I did that print up.
There you go. I've made it so there's not even a lip, so if you just open the door, you just go straight in the water. Yeah, that's definitely a thing right there. I'm just gonna because I want like torches there, even though like I don't have the whatever the fuck you need for like sconces, so I just have torches.
Copper, it's just a, like just as a proof of concept, really.
No, just attempt to go through it. It's pretty severe. Like you really don't get an opportunity to react that well. Yeah, I really like this structure. It looks really good, like from the inside as well. And it's very conveniently shaped.
I guess we could put the crafting benches in the middle, I guess.
I mean, yeah, sure. Like, I mean, and don't really have. Oh, it looks pretty neat from the outside too. It's like some of the tiling has broken or whatever. Some of the like the little like outside roof is broken, but like the pattern is very recognizable. Like from the outside, if you look at it from the outside, if you've like seen it from like a height.
Yeah, that's what probably
Or,
stone
it definitely needs a little bit of maintenance, but yeah, it looks very distinct. Looks very unique.
there. And the birds have already taken the roofs.
Yeah, definitely. I see you actually completed, like, that was just, that perimeter, like, that little, like, fence perimeter was just like, you know, these one wood things will prevent me from getting fucking harassed by, like,
Well, they were getting me harassed, so I just figured I had to up security a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they were, it was not a very complete wall in.
It obviously needs to be like updated, but I figured like they were like instead of them killing these walls, they can kill that wall instead.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Oh, have you tried using this door yet? Make sure you don't have, like, no stamina. That would be tragic. The good thing about stone floors is that you can place a fire directly onto them, I'm fairly sure.
Yep, and the forge as well. Forge was built, so just putting that to the side just because fuck me if we don't put that.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
You wouldn't be too screwed if you didn't have any stamina.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because it's like it does go into like fairly for this game like fairly deep water, so it's like once there's like a pier there, it'll actually be super easy to park a big ship up to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did it. We explored the mountain. I mean, we built a house.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
But you know, that house we already had was holding us back, so you know, this was very necessary.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely getting cramped, and the fact that like it was mainly just the portals. Like, you know, we need a safe place to put like a fuck ton of portals so that we can actually progress. You know. All right. Yeah.